Or start with less talking before starting the game. Oh, Morpheus, thank you very much for the raid, sir. Stream went well. Yeah, thanks for the raid. Enjoy the tasty yummies, too. Hey, Dial Paper, thanks for luck. Yeah, behave yourself, Chrono. No, allegedly kidnapping royalty or causing international incidents. Hey, Blue Moose Teddy, thank you. Fun little fact too, it is actually possible to skip this cutscene through some really precise movement, but it's very hard to do, and if you skip it, you get the cutscene anyway when you come back after Yakra. Skip that's only really useful in New Game Plus runs. Hey, Sidestep, welcome in. Yeah, I watched the showcase race for Jets of Time that was on the Limit Break channel last weekend. Been a very long time since I'd actually seen a run of Jets of Time, so it was pretty interesting. Hey, Escrante Lepoche again. Hey, Eagle 4031. Hey, Draconic Phoenix, welcome in, thanks a lot. Well, if I didn't let her get in that teleporter, we wouldn't have a game to play. We don't want that. Hey, Lee Fellow, thank you. Well, that sounds like New Game Plus then, where you use a maxed out file and then you just come here, use the New Game Plus exclusive warp on the right telepod to go to the final boss and then beat him up. Hey, Flavy, my pleasure. Thanks for stopping by. The any percent tool assisted speedrun of this is even sillier too, because that starts the game, walks outside, does some kind of memory corruption involving using subframe resets to corrupt your save data, and then warps to the credits, as I understand it. So it's like a 2 or 3 minute run. Well, run tool assisted, of course, meaning programmed frame by frame. run on an emulator rather than being performed live. And not just a cute girl, too. A cute girl drawn by Akira Toriyama. It's an important part of the equation, too. Get the damage skip here. Yeah, true, flying enemy. Okay. The right of the 2 pixels. Hey, Kurtomac, welcome in. Hey Aaron, thank you, welcome in. Nice to see you, hope you had a good weekend. Have I modified my routing at all since I last ran this category? No, I haven't. I'm trying to incorporate some menu tech I didn't know about before, which just translates into being able to buffer exiting out of certain layers of submenus faster to save a few seconds here and there. But I have not incorporated any significant route changes yet. If I mean, my main motivation for derusting this is to submit it to RPG Limit Break, which charity marathon this May that submissions just opened up today for, and if it gets accepted, I will definitely be going in harder on this game, and I'll do some more research into possible route changes alike. I know El Magus has a run now that's about 2 minutes faster than my PB, and I don't really know yet why, like if he has different routing or if he just played better and or got luckier than I did in my PB. Oh, nice Earth Trigger. I will definitely be there. Hey, Super Monkey, welcome in. Now, you've missed very little other than cutscenes so far, which is usually how the start of an RPG speedrun, at least an older game where you can't skip cutscenes, works. Hey, Rakoro MLS, welcome in. I'll try to do a little more commentary about the route and the combat strategies and stuff. Get more back in the swing of that, although I will probably not talk too much about the story or characters and stuff unless chat starts conversations about that. Hey, Dr. Swallman, thanks a lot. Now that Luca's around, I'm going to do my first real menu. Shifting some gear around to make Crono stronger and Luca faster. There's the aforementioned menu tech of holding start plus B while I'm using the power tab on Crono to buffer kind of exiting out of that menu frame perfectly. Well, exiting out of multiple layers of the menu frame perfectly, I should say. Hey, some dude, hey, Deanifier. So these two fights I'm doing here are not required. I could just avoid the triggers for them, but each of these enemies is worth 2 tech points, and then the first one will give me Cyclone for Crono, and then the second one Flame Toss for Luca, which gives me my first dual tech. Fire Whirl is very, very important for the next required fight. The route I'm using is very heavily optimized around kind of learning combat techs and combos right before I actually need them. Trying to minimize the amount of grinding to accomplish those goals. Hey Billy Quizboy, hey PD Law. So yeah, optimally I win this fight before they use their slow ability, which looks like I'm probably gonna do. Nice. Could have gotten a little luckier as far as their movement pattern, making it so that I was able to hit 3 of them with the Fire Whirl. Then I could have killed the fourth one just a Flame Toss from Luca, which is a slightly faster animation, but this is totally fine. The important thing was that none of them used their slow ability, which, in addition to the animation for it being slow, it makes your ATB bar slower too. One of them uses that on Luca at the start of the fight. That slows down that fight quite a bit. Hey, Mikhail, thanks a look. And like a lot of runs of RPGs like this, I'm shortening the character names to 1 letter just to speed up how the game draws out their names in text boxes. I know for the any % category, it's been mathed out that using 1 character name saves about 40 to 45 seconds, and then for 100%, it's going to be even more. It hasn't been scientifically measured, but I would guesstimate like at least 1.5 minutes for 100%. For a charity event, traditionally, then we make naming the characters donation bid wars. But for a normal speedrun, we do short names. Hey, Nacho, come in. Using an ether I grabbed in Guardia Castle to refill Chrono's MP for next couple fights. And then these next 3 fights I'm doing are, these are all avoidable too, but I'm doing these in order to set up Frog getting his next attack right before the boss. Doing this little mini grind, as I call it here, has a couple other benefits too. Gives me a bit of extra experience so that I just hit certain levels a little bit sooner than I otherwise would, which makes a difference in a couple battles. And then it also gives me some revive drops too, which helps for safety. Because it's going to be a while before I actually buy a stack of revives from a shop. So Luca got slowed, but that doesn't really matter because I'm going to win the fight before the slow effect would actually matter. Alright, so we're done with the mini grind. It was just 3 total fights there. Done with the Cathedral. And anytime you're seeing me just move kind of strangely and especially hug walls, that's to avoid fight triggers for quote-unquote random encounters, because with very, very few exceptions, almost none of the fights in this game are actually random. They're pretty much all tied to to trigger invisible triggers on the field map. Hey, Blind Umpire. Off this fight, Frog learns Slurp Cut, which gives me X Strike. A very nice combo between Crono and Frog. It's a pretty iconic one too, as evidenced by the fact that multiple other games that are kind of inspired by this one have a combo called X Strike, like I Am Setsuna and Pained Echoes. I'm supposed to go straight. By running SNES, yes, I'm playing this on original SNES hardware and an original cartridge. So we're at Yakra, the first boss. In a non-glitchless run, you would actually be skipping this boss using a glitch to let you move during the cutscene before the fight and rescue the real Chancellor, which progresses the story without having to fight Yakra. But here, we're actually fighting him. So kind of one of the main things I'm going for here is trying to avoid Yakra's counterattacks. Yakra has kind of this rush counterattack that he can do if when I attack him, but if he's close to one of my characters that attacks him, he won't do it. I waited a little bit for him to get closer to Frog. How the stats affect the combo damage depends on the combo. Like, X Strike is is based on Crono and Frog's strength and weapon power. Fire Whirl is based on Crono's weapon strength and weapon power, and then Luca's magic. Oh, yeah, I definitely saw Yakra's horns, his eyes as a kid, too. Hey, Roadstorm, it's the raid. It's a pretty clean Yakra fight. Dang, didn't even need Luca to finish him off. Yeah, 1805 is a pretty solid Yakra time for this route. The Nega Etz fight outside at the start of the Cathedral went pretty fast, and then yeah, had pretty good luck on Yakra too, no counterattacks. And the damage rolls worked out that I was just able to kill him with 6 X strikes, and Luca didn't need to shoot him to finish the job. Yeah, a lot of the good old 8 and 16-bit sprite work, where some finer details are kind of left to the imagination. But yeah, I think the intention is that Yakra has kind of small eyes, and then those blue things on top are horns. Hey, Verstar, thanks for the raid. Hope your stream went well. Then kind of another perk to the X Strike route, as I call it, the one that does the mini grind in the Cathedral, is that everybody gets the experience from Yakra too, because for the non-X Strike route, I would actually let Luca get killed off, because that's actually another way to shut down Yakra's counterattacks, is to have let one of your characters die, because Yakra is one of a handful of bosses that has a counterattack that will only do if your whole party is alive. You know what? Some dude, I've actually never thought about that, but that is very correct. Oh, thanks, King Mole. Yeah, I'm very, very, very proud of that run from 2019. Part of why I honestly don't really have plans to submit this for Games Done Quick again, because I just don't think I'm really ever going to be able to top that run. I'd kind of rather end on a high note, at least as far as this game is concerned. I definitely have plans to submit other games to Games Done Quick. There, I was making sure to avoid bumping into Frog, just because there's some extra text if you talk to Frog. If I ever run Secret of Mana, no. I've thought about it a few times, but if I ran Secret of Mana, I'd want to do the Glitchless category, and that's a pretty intimidating run from the research I've done. Just getting a run past Spiky Tiger looks really difficult. Alright, so this is our first time actually running away from a unavoidable fight. It does kind of surprise some people to learn that you can actually run away from fights in this game. I mean, I never really ran from the fights in this as a kid, but yeah, you just hold L and R. And I'm also taking advantage of an exploit too, where the way the in-game mechanics for running away are that when you have to hold L and R for about 2 full seconds of uninterrupted time, meaning uninterrupted by actions going off by your characters or monsters. But that timer actually starts before the battle HUD actually appears, so I'm generally holding L and R as soon as I lose control before the fight even starts, and that counter also keeps going up when you're in a sub-menu, like tech or item. So when I either have unavoidable fights that I run from, or avoidable fights that I fail to skip for and run from, then I'll use those two techniques in order to generally be able to run away before the enemies get attacks off. Yeah, Secret of Mana Glitchless is kind of more. It's one of those things where it has a kind of a pretty specific community rule set that kind of functions more as kind of a spirit of the game type run. Just because, yeah, Secret of Mana is an extremely buggy and broken game. Like, I know one thing that you could argue is a glitch that is allowed in Secret of Mana Glitchless rule set is being able to cancel damage from enemy attacks by using spells or items. That's something that's that's both kind of a quality of life thing and also just really hard to avoid benefiting from. Yeah. Crono paying the price for Chivalry here. Oh, TMNT Arcade, nice. I spent a lot of money on TMNT Arcade back in the late 80s, early 90s, along with Simpsons Arcade. Alright, so here we've got the trial sequence, something that I think was ingenious story writing and game design, as far as not only putting you on trial for just being a JRPG protagonist, but also the fact that enough gameplay has happened in between the Millennial Fair and the trial that it discourages you from save scumming the outcome. So our goal for the trial is to have Crono be found guilty, because that saves a couple seconds in text boxes in the next cutscene afterwards. Unfortunately, being able to be found guilty in the way that saves the most time is out of my control, because kind of the trial is based on 7, I think, total jurors that are all tied to things you do or don't do during the Millennial Fair and how you answer these questions during the trial. But the second juror is actually glitched out and is set to uninitialized memory instead of the Lost Cat side quest like it's supposed to. So I used to know what the specific odds were, but it's about 50-50. It's not exact, but it's close. And I could do stuff to guarantee the guilty verdict in the fair, but all the things that I could do to guarantee guilty would cost more time than the guilty verdict would save. Okay, I got not guilty. The second juror is supposed to be based on the Lost Kitty. I think the irony too is that if you do the Lost Kitty quest, then the second juror still will always vote guilty just because of how his coding is bugged out. Yeah, Konami made some very good arcade games, at least by my standards. So I'm getting the not guilty verdict, and it costs about, I think, 6 to 8 seconds, I want to say, just in a couple extra. I think it's either 3 or 4 extra text boxes in the next cutscene, where the warden says that he didn't get the paperwork about Crono being executed. A really FE83 grade. Hey, Landy Candy. Hope your stream went well. Really FE83. Right here, these are the extra text boxes for the not guilty verdict. It's pretty obvious if you see both versions of this too, because when you just mash through the dialogue as fast as possible, like there the music kind of reaches a dramatic endpoint there, but if you mash through the guilty version, then it just cuts off abruptly. Get an HP and MP refill there that I need. That package there, it has ethers in it that you get if you get the not guilty verdict, but I don't need them. Hey, thanks again for the raid. Oh, hey, Aizen. Yeah, I'm very proud of my last GDQ run of this. Both how I played, how the commentary went, and how successful the routing and practice and everything that led up to it was too, and also being the first time Games Done Quick got to $3 million. I think that's a 4-pixel window there in order to get through get in between those shields. That's actually a skip that I learned as a kid playing this too, because if you're playing New Game Plus, those shield enemies are really annoying because while their shields are up, their defense is so high that even if you're doing a New Game Plus run, you still can't one-shot them very easily. I just kind of figured out how to skip them. Now we're coming into what I call the Metal Gear Chrono room. These soldiers have random movements. But I do know kind of what the range of their vision is, so I'm just going to kind of hide out and wait for them to turn. One of them does catch me. It's not a huge deal, but it does mean I have to fight. Yeah, I was saying earlier too. That's why I don't really plan to submit this game for Games Done Quick again, because I just don't ever see myself topping that run of this particular game, at least, and just kind of rather stay on a high note there. Hey, Wordman. Waited a little bit there for the 2 guards to get close enough together that I could kill both of them with one cyclone. Hey, Retro Gamer Nick. They were. Hope yours were as well. Oh yeah, you can save the son of the local shopkeeper named Fritz there. In a serious PB attempt, I wouldn't be getting the mid tonics there, but or saving, but since this is a no reset run, I will just have some safety bed tonics, which are the tier 2 healing item, heals 200 HP, and just in case something goes horribly wrong on the dragon tank, which is quite a bit more dangerous of a fight than Yakra. I'm counting the number of hits I get, because my goal is to kill the head first. It's that it's able to heal the other parts. This is actually a fight where doing the mini grind in the Cathedral helps a little bit too, because it means I'm a level higher than I otherwise would be here, and I have enough HP to, in pretty much every case, win this fight without ever having to heal. Once the head is down, then just the rest of the fight is about, dang it. Revives are for... Really hoping that missile would hit Luca, or that it would hit Crono, not damage to kill him. Yeah, once the wheels are dead and all that's left is the body, I'm really safe, because once the wheel is what controls that running me over attack. It could potentially kill me if it actually does it more than I'm planning for it to. Alright, it's a pretty solid tank fight. Well, solid as far as how I played. I mean, the luck wasn't particularly good. I didn't get any critical hits on the head, and I had to revive Crono. So here I actually did a minor skip too, where normally when you step out of the stairwell there, the guards will see you, and then Luca will pull her gun and talk about needing to bust out, but I did just the movement pattern I did there avoided the trigger for that cutscene. A few seconds. I did also turn down the battle speed to 3 before fighting the dragon tank too. I do most of this run in battle speed 1 because it's the fastest. But there are a couple fights where playing on a slower battle speed makes certain fights actually faster because of making it possible, like more consistently possible to get attacks off before enemies do. And also safer too. Like the main reason I wanted the slower battle speed for the dragon tank was because at the start of the fight I'm having to target all of my attacks on its head, which is not the default target. I have to select attack and then move the cursor to the head while the ATB is still running, so I do want the battle speed to be a bit slower in order to be able to do that retargeting safely. Yeah, Diana Fire. Chancellor face, by the way. That animation. Especially the animation where it looks like she's just just literally pitching her dress away, having her civvy clothes underneath. Oh yeah. Battle plan. Lisa needs braces. Alright, so Lab 16 has no required fights, and then here I'm using an exploit where if I get a tonic or money stolen from me by one of these rats while the text is up, I can walk through certain fight triggers without triggering fights, so that lets me get past those two of those enemies there faster than I otherwise could. Like, those fights are skippable just through some movement, but using the rat trick is faster. Another somewhat dangerous boss coming up, so grab a safety save there. All the music in this game is a mood in some way or another. It's just so good at being emotion. Yeah, you do rescue the both real well, you have to rescue the Middle Ages Chancellor, and then you can rescue the present-day Chancellor, but it's not required. And I don't think you really get anything out of it either, other than moral satisfaction. Like, I know if you rescue the real Chancellor, he talks about how he's planning the Moonlight Parade at the fair, but the parade still happens even if you don't rescue the Chancellor. Yeah, AK Diley. To do it, basically, you need to go back to the courtroom and pick up Yakra's key, and then that lets you open a locked chest in the castle that has the real Chancellor in it. Hey, Linux, man, come on, look. Really lucky first part of this fight too, as far as between getting 2 critical hits on the bits, and then the two of them lining up to both get hit by Luca's flame toss too. So the idea is that this boss doesn't actually attack you directly, but if one or both of its bits are alive, then it does pretty nasty counterattacks. So we need to kill the bits first, and then wail away on the boss's body. It's not possible to one-cycle Guardian with at least with the strategies I'm using. So basically once it revives the bits, I just kill them again, and then they all win after that. Yeah, this is also why I try to kill the bits at the same time, if possible, to avoid that amplifier attack, but I had plenty of health, so surviving it wasn't really a concern. Well, if you're playing the game on the default battle speed of like 5 or so, I mean, your ATB bars do feel smaller, and I mean, if you're playing casually too, you're often spending more time like deciding what to do on each fight and stuff, instead of having a heavily planned out script that you're following. And the fact that my whole party is each gaining 2 levels from the experience there should kind of indicate just how underleveled I am. It's not the case throughout the entire speedrun, but kind of in between Yakra and Magus, I want to say roughly, or definitely the game developers definitely intended for you to be fighting more regular battles and leveling up more. After defeating Guardian, now we need to catch this rat in order to get the password for the basement of the dome. Know what you're doing. This is fairly easy. It's not totally free though. You do need to kind of be rounding the corners decently fast. They made the rat quite a bit slower on the PC version, as I understand it. The basement of Arris Dome. I'm just avoiding all the fight triggers. Well, at least as far as the rat goes. As far as the speedrun goes, the PC version is actually quite a bit faster than the SNES version. The text draws out faster. Like screen transitions, I think, load faster. But the biggest thing is that there's an auto battle function that just when you turn it on, then it speeds up all the battle animations and everything. Maybe someday I'll do some runs of the PC version just to try it out, but the SNES version is what I grew up playing. I mean, like, this game came out almost 30 years ago, and I've been playing it since it came out. Obviously not all 30 years, but off and on. But certainly the version of the game I'm used to and have the most nostalgia for and experience with. Oh yeah, I guess I've watched bits and pieces of runs of the PC version, and I did commentary for a run of it for Questing for Glory a few years ago, but yeah, I guess I haven't really seen enough to be able to quickly recognize, like, sound differences and stuff. Oh, thanks, Mr. Kim. Appreciate it. Yeah, chill, informative commentary is the style I very much go for. But yeah, the speed run of the PC version is, I think, like an hour and 20 minutes or so faster than SNES because of all those reasons I just mentioned. Hesitating a little bit, both for that bug to get out of my way, but then also to set up the rat cycle there for the rats not getting in my way. And here, just because when I do splits, I generally like to split after like a full dungeon area, and then just because for Arris Dome the boss is at the beginning of the dungeon instead of at the end, I wait until here to split. I remember the first time I saw this game, well, the first time I heard about this game was from Nintendo Power, a magazine about Nintendo games in the 90s. Well, it went on after that, but I only read it in the 90s. And then I tried several times to rent this game from my local Blockbuster Video, but they only had one copy of it that was always checked out, so I just asked my parents to buy it for me for Christmas that year. And here you need to do the Arris Dome and get the bike key to progress, but it works out to be a little faster to to just try to leave instead of actually start the jet bike. Because if you try to start the bike, there's some sound effects and stuff that happen before the alarm starts and the robots appear. Yeah, maybe the whole thing about humans and reptites not actually being related to each other is misinformation or something. Oh yeah, I played a lot of Secret of Mana as a kid too, especially co-op with my high school era best friend. Yeah, it'd be fun to actually do Crawley earlier and get some of the treasure like the Rage Band, but it's just, I mean, the fact that Crawley would be a real boss instead of a one-shot, and so the unavoidable Nereids fight earlier, which is, there's just no real way that would actually be faster. No matter how effectively you made use of the Rage Band. Oh yeah, I have some fond memories of playing Secret of Evermore as a kid too. I didn't really like it quite as much as Secret of Mana, but I still liked it. I also appreciated how it was quite a bit shorter than Secret of Mana too, and it was actually both possible and not terribly difficult to beat it in a weekend rental too, like kind of like Final Fantasy Mystic Quest in that regard. Ever played Destiny of an Emperor? I have not. I know I remember reading about that in Nintendo Power in like the Counselor's Corner section and stuff, but I never played it. They never had it at my rental store. Nobunaga's Ambition. I thought that was a SNES game. I know Professor Palmer, I think just Palmer, I think is what he goes by now. He's done runs of that. Did I work on routing for glitchless FF6 glitchless 90%? Yes, I actually was the first person to ever run that category, and I actually made the rule set for it back in like 2013, I think. I was interested in picking up FF6, but I kind of wanted to do something a bit different with the game than other people that were running it at the time were, and after seeing some runs on Nico Videos, which is a Japanese kind of a Japanese equivalent of YouTube, effectively, that use a glitchless rule set. I thought that looked pretty fun and wanted to try it myself. I don't play randomizers very often. I used to play Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise once in a while, though it's been a couple years. I mean, I have fun with randomizers once in a while, but for the most part, I generally just prefer doing runs of the game of a game rather than play randomizers of it. Like FF4 was kind of an exception because doing the FF4 randomizer seeds were a pretty different experience than just doing a run of FF4, and also quite a bit shorter too. Oh, that's right. It's in Indo Way of the Ninja is Professor Palmer's game, not Nobunaga's Ambition. Alright, so we're coming up on a pretty obnoxious fight. Like, we got a little taste at the start of slimes, which have low HP but extremely high defense. And then here we have to fight 5 of them, and the colors of the slimes in this fight are random. We want to see more greens because they have 1 less HP than the oranges, but also less defense. Hey, Yurzo, come in. Also, if you attack a green when there's a orange next to it, they do this fusion counterattack. I mean, I don't really want to get hit by that, obviously, but sometimes I just kind of take some calculated risks to if I think I can get good damage in, like with Cyclone. Hey, Mystic Gamer. Also, Robo now has the Berserker accessory equipped too, which raises his attack power and defense. Like, yeah, like I have it equipped mainly for a boss coming up in about like 20 minutes or so, roughly. But I threw it on outside the factory just because it can sometimes help with the slime fights too. So, and then, unlike the Arris Dome, where you have to learn the password to be able to enter it, for the factory you don't. And like, my theory on why that is because if you could enter the password in the Arris Dome without knowing it, then you could skip the boss fight with Guardian. Or in the factory here, even though by already entering the password without knowing it, you're skipping kind of half of this place as far as the east half. You still have to fight the boss. Oh no, I didn't heal Robo. I wonder why. Oh, yeah, and after I've hit the power switch too, all of the normal fight triggers are deactivated. Like, I was doing some wall hugging and stuff when I was coming through here before to avoid some fight triggers, but after hitting the switch, those are all deactivated, so I can just run straight for the exit. Little micro optimization was going for tier 2s that after Robo's brothers finish beating him up, sad face, Crono will walk into a certain spot before the next cutscene begins. So I just move while I have movement control of Crono here. I just move him onto kind of as close to that trigger as possible to avoid having. Okay, I was up a little too high, but that still saved some time over not moving at all. Then we've got the R series fight here. This is pretty scripted, even without doing full RNG manipulation. The idea with the R series is that once you've killed any one of them, the remaining ones will start using counterattacks. And so we do not want to see any of those. So I'm going to spread out my attacks so that I don't hit any. Once I've killed some of them, I'm not going to hit any more without killing them, because you can't trigger a counterattack on the last hit. Must have been a little slow or so, because typically I'm able to kill the back row before they attack, but I must have been just a bit slow on my inputs or something, because all three of them got attacks off. Glad they didn't all gang up on Crono, though, because that could have been bad. Yep. Kind of the it's just the classic silliness of a turn-based RPG if you really think about it from a realism point of view, that when there's a fight, people are just kind of patiently waiting for their turn to come up to attack, and then yeah, they just walk up, hit something with their sword or whatever, then walk back into place. I'm pretty sure I changed the battle speed to 2, which I generally do specifically to make it a lot easier to kill the back row of our series before they attack again. But I'll double check. Well, the leaderboard doesn't recognize no manipulation as a separate category, and I do. So from my point of view, I'm one spot behind record. I believe every run that's faster than El Magus's uses manipulation, which is the routing and strategies quite a bit. Yeah, I do definitely appreciate how this game does have in-game lore to explain why there's a party size limit. I don't believe so. I used to have record for glitchless 100%, no manipulation, and glitched 100%. I used to be second place at any percent, no Lavos shell skip. I could have almost certainly gotten record at that if I'd have pushed it harder back before it got really, really optimized. I was actually the second person to ever get sub 3 hours at any percent, no LSS. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I know the routing for any percent no LSS has changed quite a bit since I ran it, and I don't really like the direction it's gone. I think the strats are a lot harder and kind of less enjoyable to me, at least. I don't really see myself running that again, at least seriously. Alright, so we learned magic from Specchio, a nice little kind of passive bonus of that sequence there is that the magic techs you learn from Specchio are each character's level 3 tech. And if you make it all that way without learning level 1 and 2 techs, then the game will just quietly give them to you there, and that benefits everyone. Actually, Crono gets Slash, Luca gets Hypno Wave, and then Marley gets both Aura and Provoke. Pit stop here to get some tabs too. Our first opportunity to get a speed tab, which is by far the most useful type of tab. There's 3 tabs: power, magic, and speed. All permanently raise that stat by 1, but power and magic are stats that go up to 100, and speed only goes up to 16. So 1 point of speed makes a pretty big difference. Some various micro optimizations I'm doing here too. Like I'm going into the menu to equip Crono in the shop, which has faster animations than in the normal field menu. And I'm also going downstairs and back up after talking to Melchior in order to cancel some dialogue he'd otherwise have. Yeah, I got some more mid tonics, but also a red katana, which it's a weapon. It's an upgraded sword for Crono that also raises his magic power by 2, which is going to matter for Heckran, the next boss, which he really takes damage from magic. What does LSS mean? LSS is Lavos Shell Skip. It's basically a really difficult wrong warp glitch that you can use to completely skip Lavos' shell from the end of time. It's a pretty controversial trick, just because of how difficult it is to do and how much it changes kind of the spirit of the run. So quite a few years ago, it was decided to make LSS a separate category from no LSS. Doing the menu buffer trick here in order to be able to run away before the enemies attack. Pretty tight fight trigger skip here. Got it. Nice. Avoiding having to fight those bats up there. Speed. Alright. It's time for Heckran. Yeah, Heckran is pretty much perfect guard against physical attacks, so it's really only magic that works. And Heckran also follows a very predictable AI script where he starts by doing 2 water bubbles and then a water cyclone, and then once he's below half health, he'll do 2 water cyclones, and then Yes Indeed, which is a physical rush attack. And when he's in his second phase, if he attacks the same character twice, then that'll guarantee kill them. So I have to kind of fight a lot more defensively once I get into the second phase. Hey, Cosmo Retrons, raid. Yeah, same, down to fire. And I mean, I'm a firm believer in running games the way that I enjoy the most, to whether or not there's a kind of already a defined rule set for that or not. Hey, Norvix, open. Alright, so then when Heckran is in his defensive pose, if I actually attack him, he'll do a water 2 counter attack, which hurts a lot. So after this next round of attacks here, this is pushing Heckran to right above half health. He has 2100 HP, so right above 1050. So here I'm just going to wait for him to attack while he's still in his first phase. So that when I push him into his second phase, his ATB bar will be empty. That works out then that I can heal before he gets another turn here. Hey, drinks glue, come in. Yeah, speed. I mean, yeah, the way speed works is all relative to between characters and monsters in the fight. It's kind of a joke. No, speed only affects ATB. Yes, indeed. I think it's just called Ha in the Japanese version, and attack, 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 and... Alright, pretty clean Heckran fight. Other than him killing Marley and me having to burn a revive. I'm getting pretty close to when I'm going to be able to buy a stack of revives along the go, too, so we're doing fine. Heckran is another boss that a non-glitchless run would actually just completely skip. Yeah, how Heckran just name drops Magus here, even though Magus is active 400 years ago. So here we're getting the first of 3 pieces of gear that you can get from Taban, Luca's dad. The Taban vest gives Luca better defense, but more importantly, +2 speed and 50% fire protection. So on our way back to the time gate here, we're actually going to first eat the chicken to get our health back without needing to use a shelter, and then we're actually going to fight Gato. We're eventually going to need silver points to as part of one of the side quests we'll be doing in about 3 hours or so, but it works out to be pretty efficient to get the silver points now. I'm in the area. They call me Gato, have metal joints, beat me up and earn 15 silver points. The Japanese version of the song fits the music quite a bit better. Agonzarasu Ewasuyo Ranikatara Shirba Poto. Micro optimization I was doing too was while Gato was singing his song before the fight, I was moving down to kind of speed up my characters getting into position for the fight too. No. I've never actually successfully mashed hard enough to get all 8 sodas. The only person I've ever personally known that can do that is Abda Jr., who is a former runner of this game that also used to run Mega Man games too, and so he was pretty good at mashing. Alright, so this is round 2 with the bird skip, as we call it. This is a 2 pixels skip to clip around a fight trigger here. Pause buffering to make doing high precision movement easier. So I have a couple story triggers we need to hit here in order to be able to cross the bridge. Hey, Godrin. Time travel's going pretty solid so far. Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that, too. The PlayStation 1 version of this game is not great. Mainly because the loading times are really, really slow. Hey, well, Zooming's here. So I was trying to do a bit of tech during that cutscene with the chef downstairs too, with running outside the range of his conversation in order to close the text box. It's something you can do when you're talking to NPCs that don't lock you in place. If you moved far enough away from them, then the game just ends the conversation. The miner's scare with Zombor last time, so regret save there. Hey, Team Murdoch. I'm more familiar with the legendary hero Jazzy J, I think is what Lonnie calls him. Yeah, the DS version of this game is good. So is the PC version after they did some updates to it after it came out. I'm very glad that there's a nice accessible way to play this game on modern hardware. Yeah, the PC version was not great when it first came out. You know, there was some filter effects that people didn't like, along with the UI looking kind of heavily like a mobile phone. Oh, nice, Godrin. Yeah, I watched a race of Jets of Time that was on the Limit Break channel last weekend. So for these two fights with Ozzie and the skeletons here, you could fight the skeletons directly, but then you have to wait for Ozzie to run away afterwards. And if you attack Ozzie 3 times, excuse me, then that'll just end the fight immediately. It's faster that way. Fun little fact too is that Ozzie does actually have a health pool here. I think it's like 670-ish HP. If you're able to deplete that in 2 or fewer hits, then it'll end sooner, but that's not really possible at the levels I'm at. Oh, nice. What about Zorbor if you're enjoying the game? Fast menu exit tech again. Upgrading Luca's gear, bringing in Robo in place of Marley. Healing up for Zombor, although I like Zombor's Japanese name better, which is Junk Dragger. Yeah, drinks glue. It's definitely not something I can do without practice. Like the last couple of weeks I was focusing a lot harder on the run, but I think I'm feeling kind of de-rusted enough that I can do more live commentary. I hit up fast. Ah! Play this a little safe then. I really, really do not want Zombor's legs to die first. If I do that, then the head does an extremely nasty final attack. Hey Nemesis, let's look. Ideally, Robo would be hitting the head more, and I would do Cyclones with Chrono to also do some damage with the legs, but I'm just going to play this safe. Optimal defeat path for this boss is head and then legs. Because if the legs die first, then the head does an extremely nasty final attack. That might party wipe me, in fact, if he actually does it. Pretty much a calculated risk with having the Berserker on Robo, that in most scenarios it'll save time, just because Robo will be doing more damage with the fast animation. Like, I could not Berserk Robo and have him use, like, rocket punches and stuff instead, but just from all of the... testing and science and stuff I've done, that usually work out to be slower by a few seconds at least than the Berserker strategy. Not the case there. That was pretty bad for the Berserker strategy. So Dorino village that I just passed through there is kind of my first opportunity to buy it, both kind of basically buy pretty much all of the types of healing items that I need at this point. Also, I just realized I forgot to use the shelter outside, but that's fine. I can use it. Save point in here. Hey, Jerkandra. Thank you. Yeah, the rest is going pretty well, actually. Practicing at least doing routing and battle commentary. I'm not really bothering talking about the story and stuff yet. I usually like to do at least a little bit in marathon runs. So I had to do those two fights with the goblins in front, but and then this one is unavoidable, but I run from it. And then all of the remaining fights before the boss here are avoidable. I just love the vibe of this place, Denadoro Mountains, too, because you've got the pretty silly music coupled with all of these kind of over-the-top effects of monsters jumping out of the trees and stuff, and just barely missing you. Or throwing rocks at you in this case. Fight trigger. Here, there's only actually one fight trigger in the summit of Denadoro Mountains here, but it's a really, really big problem if you touch it, because then you get like 5 or so unrunnable fights back to back. Hey, Sumi Leone. Grab a silver earring there, which raises max HP by 25%. I explicitly need it for the Magus fight, but there's will help for safety a little bit elsewhere too. Also, PSA, by the way, mountains are nice. Before I get to the final boss in like over 4 hours from now, I need to use at least 5 speed tabs, or sorry, 5 magic tabs on Luca in order to make her capable of doing hitting certain damage ranges I need. Just one of the 5 I'm getting there. Kind of wait for that bird to throw rocks before I approach, or else it'll knock me down the ladder. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm waiting for Sea of Stars to get all of its DLC before I play it, but I'm definitely looking forward. Alright, so now we've got Maza and Mune, the guardians of the Maza and Mune sword. Hey, Ugtara, it's nice to hear you playing this with your kids. Hey, Bloodhawk, let's do it. So for the first phase of the fight, you'll need to beat one of them in order to end the fight. They can be, fortunately, they can be put to sleep, and you can abuse the fact that sleep lasts a very, very long time in this game if the sleeping person doesn't actually get attacked to kind of break the effect. So if I put one of them to sleep, that shuts down a lot of the combo attacks that they can do, and then I just beat up the other one. That was the warm-up, now for the real boss fight. This is where we get to hear the Boss Battle 2 theme for the first time, which is always a fan favorite, along with them doing the fusion dance. Become a bigger form that skipped leg day, sadly. This boss is kind of like Heckran too, in that it follows a pretty predictable cycle. At the start, it does 2 punches and then a whirlwind attack. Then it goes into tornado mode, where you have to use Chrono's slash in order to avoid a pretty nasty AoE attack. And then when it's below half health, then it does 2 stronger punches in between tornado phases. Kind of the main trick here too is that the boss has to walk up to get close to somebody to punch them. So I'm kind of trying to read its movement to kind of try to tell who it's about to attack. Have that kind of govern when I do healing. Hoping to get that off before he tornadoes up. I hit Crono now, yep. Yeah, a little subtle property too is that when you use combos, that doesn't matter as far as damage, like how much damage or healing you get out of it, but it does matter as far when you're using it on something that has a counter attack, because the counter will target whichever character you initiated the combo with. It's a little risky here. Hopefully I can heal Luca before she... And here I'm using fire punches, even though that does proc a counter attack, because in the second phase of the fight, if Maza and Mune punches somebody twice, unless it's Robo, then they're going to die. So I'm just, but his slash counter attack is weaker, so I can still take that, survive that plus a full power punch. Hey, sure can blue. No. Wasn't particularly fast, and it was a little unfortunate that I had to revive Luca, but that wasn't too costly because I think her ATB bar was basically empty when it happened. But I don't think I got a single critical hit with Crono though. Which, I mean, critical hits are the main way you save time on that fight. If you get very lucky with crits, as I think I did in my run last weekend, then you can sometimes skip a tornado cycle if you push the boss into its second phase before it does tornado. I like that fusion dance emote. You need to pick up the hero medal to progress the story here. I believe you could technically do this after rescuing Tata from the goblins, but I mean you have to actually finish climbing the mountains and get the sword to fully progress the story, so why not? Also, fun fact too, those frogs have no hitboxes, and also no. Seeing a new in Frog's Forest is a sign of good luck and that it's officially the run. In a casual playthrough, you can fight that new too, and it's worth really good tech points for this point in the story, but in a speedrun, it's a sign of good luck that the run is blessed. I used to know what the exact odds of new sightings were, and that because it's a little different depending on whether you're coming or going from Frog's house. Get which direction has higher odds. I'm sorry to hear that, Blind Empire. No new sightings is not a fate I would wish on anyone. Oh yeah. Yeah, the way Melchior has kind of worked back into the story at this point, I think, is really well done too. Both in both with that, with his name being on the sword, with the dialogue when you talk to him, but also with the soundtrack too. Because when we talk to Melchior here, this is actually the first time we hear the Zeal Kingdom theme, Corridors of Time, which is something that's not really going to mean too much to you playing this for the first time, but if you're doing replays, then I think it's a really cool bit of foreshadowing. Hey, Psycho Dad. Yeah, agreed. I mean, the development team for this game called themselves the Dream Team, and I think that's a title that's very well deserved. Hey, Tenzo, welcome. Yeah, rest in peace, Akira. World's definitely a better place for him. So for these fights with the Reptites, it would actually be a bit faster overall to not have Robo here, to have Marley instead, and then use Crono and Luca's techs to kill them, but in a run without manipulation, you kind of that opens up some risk that the Reptite's movement patterns just don't work out for them to line up to get killed quickly by non-AoE attacks. So non-manipulation, we just bring Robo and have him mow them down. Oh, nice, Seiku did. Yeah, I mean, I was exposed to pretty much all of Toriyama's stuff that had been released in the US in the 90s between this, the Dragon Quest series, and Dragon Ball, but I never really kind of knew the connection until adulthood. And the main reason why it's a bit faster overall to not have Robo here is this cutscene here, where Ayla is kind of confused about what a robot is. If you have Marley instead, she doesn't talk quite as much. So we're coming up on a pretty tight encounter skip. And I got it, nice. Getting that chest and then getting around the dinosaurs before they block off the path on the side is pretty tight. Raw boot. If I did use the route though where I had Marley instead of Robo, it would be really important to replace Marley with Robo before the feast here, just because you have to if Marley were here, you'd have to watch her dance by the fire for a while before you could progress the story, that's quite a bit slower than having the version you have with Robo here. Yeah, soup. Just a mashing contest here. You actually only have to technically mash when Crono is actually holding the soup bottle, but this doesn't really last long enough for it to for that to really matter. It's also considerably easier than the soda drinking mash contest at the fair. Oh, what's Karlach or Karlach from? Is that another game? Oh, Baldur's Gate 3? Okay. Yeah, I haven't played any Baldur's Gate. So now Ayla joined us, and when new characters join you in this game too, their joining level is fixed based on kind of what level you're expected to be at in a normal playthrough. So when Robo joined up, he was like 3 levels higher than the rest of the crew, and when Ayla joins, she's like 4 or 5 levels higher. So kind of nice to have a somewhat overpowered friend at points. Hey Frog, welcome in. After we're done chewing out Geno here for stealing the gate key, all of the fight triggers in the forest maze are avoidable through movement. to jam out to the sweet percussion-only track for a Meldrill. No, I haven't looked into any new strats yet. I'm only really planning to do that if this gets into Limit Break. Hey, Omega. Well, thanks for the kind words. Appreciate it. Pressed left too early. Ideally, I have Ayla attack the one on the Evil Weevil, which is a great enemy name, by the way, on the left. Okay, it still worked out here, because usually the one if I don't have Ayla attack the one on the left, then it gets a hit. It gets an attack off before Robo kills it. So the gimmick with certain types of dinosaur enemies is that they have pretty good physical defense unless you cast lightning on them. Case here, and it's a much bigger deal for Nizbel the next. Yeah, it was such a special memory. Omega. Really, really proud of that moment. No, 3 million was for this game. I think. Forget the round where I forgot Alexander was 2.6 or so, which is still an ungodly amount of money. Because just getting berserkers on both Ayla and Robo and upgrading Chrono's armor a bit. Thanks, Omega. Again, appreciate the kind words. Yes, yeah, I think that's actually in a cabinet in this room, actually. Appreciated that gift. The magic total is a little over 20,000, whereas one will have 1 million across all events. I'm meaning to kind of play with this fight a little bit and see if just hesitating just a hair here to get like one extra ATB tick will let Robo punch Nizbel one more time before his lightning cycle, but I do that on a live run. Now if you go to tracker.rpglimitbreak.com, you can see the total there. Oh, thanks, Gaudrin. The idea here, too, is just that, for the most part, Crono is using lightning to lower Nizbel's defense, and then after the first cycle, using healing items, and then Ayla and Robo are doing most of the damage. Yeah, I'm hoping we can tie some kind of incentive on the schedule to hitting that magic number too. Yeah, we really want to see critical hits from Ayla here. Fortunately, I don't quite have enough free turns with Crono to heal Robo too, so I just kind of let him take one for the team there. But yeah, As long as I get at least 2 crits with Ayla at any point during the fight, then I'm secure as far as being able to kill Nizbel without having to go through another healing cycle. I've definitely heard some salty memories from people that never quite figured out the gimmick for Nizbel and spent a very, very, very long time taking out 4200 HP, like 10 damage per hit. Hey, Mecha. Oop. Trying to go around the trigger for that text, but I hit it. Only one text box, those. Oh, the Bunt fight from SMRPG. Yes. Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't follow up Mecha's comment by saying that submissions for RPG Limit Break 2025 open today. So if you run RPGs or if you run games that you think fans of RPGs would like watching, submit them to the event. It's going to be in Denver, Colorado, May 18th to 24th. Okay. One of Square's experimental games, then. Yeah, I think the clue as far as music lightning against dinosaurs is an NPC in Ayla's village that tells it to you. But if you don't talk to the NPCs, then you won't know that. So during this cutscene here, I'm actually doing some tech too, where if I walk into Melchior when he's standing still, that actually speeds up the event progression here for some weird reason. Have to back away a little bit while I'm mashing text, though, to make sure I don't talk to him and trigger more text. But yeah, right here is kind of where you save the most time from walking into Melchior. You can like count the number of head bobs he does and kind of notice a definite difference. Alright, have a good night, Omega. Thanks for Yeah, I mean it's pretty explicit if you use it on the big dinos. Although I forget what happens if you use it on like the runners or whatever the more bite-sized dinosaurs are called. If that actually stuns them too. Okay, good. Because yeah, if it only worked on very specific dinos, that would be a pretty bad hint. And then that might not be really setting you up for success against Bill. Got all 3 bird skips. Second and third one's decently fast too, with using the pause buffer check. Well, I mean, yeah, if you use lightning on the Megasaur, like the bigger dino enemy, that both stuns them and lowers their physical defense, which is why I did it for the one required fight I had. No! Repite there. currently 2 out of 3 on news sightings. Yeah, there's no real explanation for why some places just kind of disappear, like the Cathedral, Denadoro Mountains, but they didn't want to have to design those areas in 1000 AD, so they just deleted them. One thing I do, there's very, very few things about this game that I would want to change, but one thing I would change about this particular cutscene is making it so that you don't actually see Magus, like having the first time you actually see what Magus looks like be when you confront him in his castle. Like I think they could have done here is just to have Magus be a black silhouette of his sprite, or at least like see his face or anything. I mean, the reveal of Magus when you reach him is just so iconic too. I think it'd be even more so if that was literally the first time you actually saw what he looked like in full. Supposed to do road. Robo is more useful than Luca for the first 2 mini bosses in Magus's castle. Hey, the J Latte, welcome in. Now for another pretty iconic scene too. Even though this is one of the longer bits of kind of unskippable cutscene in the game too, I think it's so well done as far as interspersing Rog's memories, him claiming the sword and using it to split the mountain. It's the only time in the game that somebody gets shapeshifted. If you're saying shapeshifted as in like unwilling, I get yeah. I mean, you see Yakra transform back to his true form, and like a couple other instances of monsters revealing themselves. Hey, Bug Doctor, welcome in. Congrats again on the new Totally Rad record. I've always had a soft spot for. Hope you're doing well, sir. Yeah, Ma'o, which is just means like demon lord or demon king or something in Japanese, and it's a really common term used in video games. Like I know the Dragon Lord, I think in Dragon Quest 1 is just called Ma'o in a lot of the dialogue. Oh, Yeah, I thought Ryu-O was when you actually beat him. Thought he was called Ma-O elsewhere in the game. Maybe I'm thinking about maybe Baramos in the Japanese version of DQ3. Soma is Ma-O. Yeah, Ma-O is generally just a title for the leader of the demons in a video game. Oh, and not just video games too. Like I think in anime as well. Like I think in Dragon Ball, the evil version of Piccolo is called like Piccolo Mao or something similar. Oh yeah, in English, Baramos is Archfiend Baramos, but I'm talking Japanese version. Because in English, usually they usually have used different translations for stuff like that in different games, but in Japanese it's usually a lot more uniform. Okay, so Baramos is Mao then. That looks right. Not Arno. The Japanese version of Chrono Trigger, that's what Magus's default name is when he joins U2's. All throughout the game, I'm mashing text. Not really. I'm not like trying to hurt myself by mashing really hard, but mashing decently fast. But right there, it's especially important because the bats in the midpoint of the magic cave are still moving while the dialogue is happening. So make sure to clear the text boxes fast enough that get past the bats before they block the path. Yeah, I've seen Arnaud before as a French name, because I think it's the French equivalent of Arnold. Say, by winning, yes. Yeah, Bram Hall. That's a much better way of saying what I was trying to say. Basically that basically that it's a very common title used in Japanese media that there's no consistent English translation for. Every person that translates anime or games or something is going to have their own preferred way to translate Mao. Like in fact, like in the like in Live Alive, there's an important figure called Mao at one point that I know in the remake of it is called Lord of the Dark, I think, is how Mao is translated there. Well, either way, I mean, the character primarily going by a title, I think, makes a lot of sense, given that, I mean, his real name, spoilers, is Janus or Janus. Magus or Mao is just what the humans know and the mystics know him as. The menu or something? How did die there? Cyclone? Okay, I wasn't paying a ton of attention to that fight, but something was a little off there. This is an optional fight that I'm taking to both get access to that chest there that has a barrier item in it that gives, I believe it's 1/3 magic damage reduction for quite a while, and then also to get for the tech points too. I need to get about roughly 14 extra tech points beyond all of the various required fights at Magus's castle in order to set up Crono learning spin cut before I get to Magus. Hey, GK. Yep. I submitted last year too, but I'm trying a little harder this year as far as getting a better submission video. So we have to fight Flea and Slash in order to get through the first part of Magus's castle. We can do it in either order, but it's just kind of a bit more optimal to do Flea first. Here I'm just gonna do nothing for a while and kind of see what happens, because Flea's AI has kind of a bit of a quirk where sometimes when Frog has the Berserker and is attacking every turn, that kind of confuses Flea's AI into constantly changing targets without ever actually attacking. This is almost certainly eventually going to wear off, but I'm hoping to get some good damage in before it does. Yeah, there's just this AI loop here just kind of naturally works out sometimes because of what Frog's speed stat is relative to Flea's, my understanding. In a run with manipulation, you're able to guarantee this and sustain it throughout the entire fight. Is manipulation easy? It kind of depends. There's some parts of the run where the manipulation is very easy to do, and some where it's not. It's a lot harder than playing unmanipulated. Yeah, gee, that is something I do take a bit of pride in. I settled on a stream layout pretty quickly after I first started streaming, and I've kept stuck with it the whole time. And then I let Robo die too, because kind of like Yakra back at the beginning of the game, Flea has a very nasty counterattack that will only happen if your whole party is alive. If you have a dead character that shuts down Flea's counterattack. So that wasn't too bad, actually. Well, it's not considered manipulation because I'm not starting, like, manipulating the RNG seed that I have going into the fight and then following a kind of a fixed script in order to ensure that the fight plays out the same every time. I mean, that's what kind of full-on manipulation is. Yeah, and also what AK Diley said. It's for both defining what manipulation is and what glitches are, it's something that's generally just done at a high level. Like the overarching philosophy I've always had about finding a glitchless rule set of this game is that kind of anything you can skip or do faster, kind of just purely through really precise and optimized movement is allowed. Even if you're skipping things that are probably not intended to be skippable, like in particular the reversing the conveyor belt and the Geno Dome. But I mean, as far as what you can skip using glitches, then there's two glitches called the Fadeout glitch and the Save Anywhere glitch that let you kind of store screen transitions and then release them after you've triggered like a fight or a cutscene or something, and then that lets you just skip a lot more stuff. Like a 100% run that's not glitchless would be about the better part of an hour faster because of all that. Yeah, it's a thin line, but kind of for me at least, when I'm trying to define a rule set for a glitchless category, I usually kind of just try to treat it as kind of a spirit of the game, as in having it feel like I'm playing the game similar to a normal playthrough, just really, really fast and with an optimized route and strategies. Yeah, exactly. Like in glitchless runs of FF6, you're allowed to take advantage of the fact that magic blocks physical attacks too, because I mean that's an entire formula in the battle system that's inherently broken, and there's no way to have it not affect you. Alright, so then for Slash here, by the way, this is a fairly long fight too, just because Slash is, between his two phases, actually has more health than his boss, Magus, does. First phase is not too threatening, but then once he draws his sword, he gets much stronger attacks, so I have to heal a lot more. Kind of more or less letting Frog do a lot of the heavy lifting here. Because he's with the Maza and Mune that's further boosted by the Berserker. He's able to do the most damage the quickest. Yeah, Blind Empire. When a character learns a new single tech after a fight, the game awards the tech point value of that fight to that character again. I mean, that's another thing that you could argue is a glitch, but it's just totally unavoidable. That's why it's fine to take advantage of that, like I'll be doing in this run with Rubbles later, in order to have some of them count as 200 tech points instead of 100. Slash always has to move into position before he uses attacks, and I can often kind of get a reading on what he's about to do based on that. And kind of the main thing I'm really trying to be kind of cognizant of too is when I get Slash to below 600 HP. He starts with 5200 in his second phase, and when he's below 600, he starts doing Yes Indeed as a counterattack after every hit. Once he gets to that point, I'm just gonna kind of just go full turtle at that point and let Frog finish the fight. Because I got him below 600 with a crit, I'm not totally sure where he is at now, but next hit should finish him up. Jeez, Frog. He's there. That was a pretty solid Slash fight. Decent flea, too. Had a pretty nice long stun lock. So, get the Slasher sword from Slash, which It's an upgraded sword for Crono, but also raises his speed by 2, which is pretty nice. Hey, Kimbrua, thank you. I really like the silence too. I think it's very good for the mood and atmosphere. I appreciate the good luck too. Okay, so then in this room here we can run from all of the fights, but this particular one I'm taking because it's worth 10 tech points. This will line it up so that I'll learn Spin Cut right before Magus, which helps a lot with the strategy I'm going to be using, since that'll give me the Fire Sword dual tech. That's out of the way, I'm just going to run from the rest of the fights. This is also one of the reasons why I did that Shadows fight before Flea too. I forget. I think it's either like 12 or 13 extra tech points that Crono needs for Spin Cut. So 10 is 10. The 10 from that fight isn't quite enough. I do need a little bit more too. Yeah. Yeah, there is an alternate route I've seen a Japanese runner named Rupan use that does involve getting magic for Frog. Not terribly familiar with it though. It's very different from the route I'm using though for the end game as far as like the party and those strategies. Alright, have a good one, I don't know. Thanks for stopping by. And for these outer wall portions of the castle here, it's pretty important that I avoid the fights because I can't run. But fortunately, if I just stop moving, that does not trigger fights. Then I can also flip around them pretty safely at that point. Now this room's pretty scary. Alright, nice. There's a bunch of hidden pitfalls in that room that throw you into a basement area where you have to fight 6 skeletons and then escape. And here I'm able to kind of use my partners to get that enemy to move out of my way without triggering the fight. So those goblins on the bottom have very laughably low magic defense. Kind of funny to see you doing 500 with kind of weak attacks there. Yeah, Magus's castle is one of my favorite parts of the run. It's because of not just how much fun all of the fights and the movement all are. It feels quite satisfying to hit all of the skips, the Repite triggers. Alright, so then the jugglers are called jugglers because they juggle between physical and magical defense modes. So they start out with physical defense, but if you use any kind of magic on them, that will flip them to resisting magic instead. So the strat I use here is that I I have Luca use Hypno Wave, which is her sleep attack, which doesn't work on the jugglers, but it still counts as a magic attack, so then that makes it so that I can then just take them out with X-Strike. I do vaguely remember counting the number of unique monsters in the castle as a kid and coming to 100, but mileage may vary, I'm sure. Yeah, an older route would use Robo here instead of Luca, but I switched to bringing Luca so that she gets more experience and tech points on the go here. Kind of more for that reason than because she really contributes heavily to the fighting. That's another kind of subtle thing too, yeah, is that characters are not in your active battle party get 75% experience instead of either 100 or nothing, like in a lot of other games like this, which I appreciate. Oh, nice, the texture, enjoy. Definitely proud of all those runs. This is a commentated run. We'll have a little bit of fun with Frog on the last switch here too. Slurp cut. Fist. But it still counts. As long as you do any type of attack, it still counts. Yo, Corp, thanks for the raid. Hope your Chrono Cross one went well. Yeah, thanks, Corp. Right, so let's get Frog berserked up again and get Chrono kind of as tanky as possible between some armor that raises his magic defense and the silver earring for more HP. Yeah, I mean, I literally just did a safety save because I do not want to die to Magus. The Magus fight is one of the longest and most complex in the whole run, which I wouldn't have any other way, honestly, given what a big deal Magus is in the story. So in his first phase, Magus rotates through through different elements in his barrier, and the element he uses on us is the only element that works on him too. And we want to see fire, because with this party build, fire is the element that we can hurt him the most with through the fire sword combo. We can use lightning to do a bit of damage, and then ice and shadow we don't want to see at all. Alright, fire start. Pop the barrier I grabbed earlier onto Crono to mean I don't have to heal him quite as much. And in phase 1, hitting Magus with the Maza and Mune will have his magic defense until the next time he changes his barrier, so I have to let Frog hit him there. So getting double fire is a pretty nice start. Gonna heal up before Frog back up there. Oh, that is 100% possible, but it's not allowed in this rule set. This is very specifically a non-manipulated run. It's possible to manipulate pretty much any fight in this game to follow a predictable script, but it's not allowed under the rule set I'm running under. Like for a run that uses manipulation, I have a route where I actually set up the manipulation before I even enter Magus's castle and kind of carry it all the way up until this point. Also, this is actually pretty good luck. Yeah, it's no resets and it's no resets. And then also starting from a randomized seed, just because when you're on the save file screen, your RNG seed is incrementing every frame. I mean, just because of how simplistic the RNG in this game is, there are points where the number of directions fights can go is not high. Like Black Tyranno, I know, is one where just the way the fight goes is pretty consistent. Kind of the way you can. The way you can kind of prevent manipulation the most is by requiring single segment. So we'd really like to see him being weak against fire when he's about to go into his second phase, which he just did here, actually, but because you can actually exploit that to do a really high damage fire sword in between the phases, but since it didn't work out, I'm just waiting for him to change phases so that I could just start using fire sword, really. But yeah, the RNG in this game is very simplistic. There's only 16 possible kind of battle states that you can load into, and playing the same way and using the same strategies will kind of often funnel you towards similar outcomes. But yeah, just doing a no save and quit run is kind of the kind of prevents a lot of heavy manipulation. Yeah, Dynafire, that was a much better phase 1 than last time. A nice thing about having a fast phase 1 too is that when I go into phase 2 with Crono still having the barrier up too. So then I only need one mid tonic to recover from dark matter. I mean, with a good fight, I don't need to heal at all. Phase 2, but in a no reset run like this, I will just to make sure. Yeah, he should be almost dead at this point. But yeah, phase 2 Magus, it should be kind of obvious too. All he does is dark matter. All right, that was pretty good. 218's not a bad time for a no reset for sure. Like my PB is a 214 Magus. But yeah, that was this whole split was awful in my run last week. I fell into Ozzie's pit, which cost a bunch of time, and then I had terrible luck on Magus too. But yeah, this was much better. Oh yeah, and also yeah, people that don't know too, my real PB is a 525. I'm just running against average splits for a no reset run like this, just because my PB is pretty good, pretty hard to compete with. Especially when I'm doing safety saves and heavy-duty commentary. Yeah, right here is where we get a nice input break, too, if you need to use the restroom or something. The text is auto-advancing here. Yeah, I'll probably do a 545 base estimate. I mean, I'm going to submit some incentives to like the Death Peak Hug, which costs a bit of time. Fighting Specchio, possibly fighting all Specchios. This is something I want to look into too, not just the blue Maza and Mune one. Of course, Wonder Shining Lavos. Yeah, that was only one or two, I think, bad cycles on Magus Phase 1. Like, I had one, I think either one or two ices, and that was it. All fire or lightning otherwise. And I got pretty good crit luck with Frog, too. Have I ever done a speedrun of Breath of Fire 1? I have not speedrun any Breath of Fire games yet. I do like the series, but I have not speedrun any of the games yet. I mean, I do like the series, but I mean, pretty much all of the games are kind of long relative to how much I like them too. I guess with the exception of maybe Breath of Fire 5, just because that's the only one where you can skip cutscenes. So it's like the any percent's only a bit over an hour or so. Yeah, I know Breath of Fire 1's had a lot of activity lately. Well, I mean, I'm sure. I'm guessing it's probably a run though, where I mean, the RNG matters a lot more if you're trying to push the time really low. The fact that you can just avoid all random encounters using Merble 3s, I think overall probably makes it less random than like Breath of Fire 2. Like Breath of Fire 2, I know. Random encounters are a pretty big deal, just because the game has a pretty high encounter rate and it's pretty hard to run. Yeah, I don't know. You're sucked down the drain in time effectively, so maybe Magus got out at a different exit or something. Yeah, Mecha, I know there's like required combat rooms in Dragon Quarter 2, and just learning how to deal with those is pretty important. For safety. And then dealing with the pet system, as it's called, with like the meat and bombs and stuff. On this screen right here, there's two pixel perfect clips around enemies here. Did some pause buffering on the first one to try to set up moving exactly 2 pixels. Similar deal to there, only for the second one there's a much stronger visual cue I have for lining it up. So T Murdoch, are you saying that Yelzrake needs to run Breath of Fire then? Try to find his Merbles. Yeah, I saw him and Chester picking up Warpless snacking the other day, which I'm always happy to see. I'm always happy to see games that have warps in them not get used. That's warp zones is something I've come to be soured on a lot. It kind of feels to me like kind of a lazy way to get around not having a password system or save files in an old game. Pretty silly jail, by the way, here too, where you make you can run away from the jailers and then sneak by them. I would recommend the PC version. I think that's the most accessible way to play this game these days, and it has some extra features, like I think it has auto saves, and there's like an auto battle feature and a bit of added content. Yeah, the extra content isn't really... It's not as good as the original content, but I mean, it's there. It gives you something to do with your overpowered endgame party, which is kind of what I think the main value of like added post-game content is. How would I feel about a category where you can't run from battle? Well, I'm sure there would be some interesting segments as far as figuring out how to deal with fights that that you'd otherwise run from, but I don't really. It's not something that would really interest me much personally, especially for a game like this where you can where you can avoid so many of the fight triggers through movement, and running away is often just kind of a plan B if you fail the fight trigger skip. Alright, so then here we've got a little bit of a grinding segment, the longest one in the run. By longest, I'm saying 7 fights. It's not horrendously long or anything, but we're about to fight the mini-boss here, Nizbel II, or Nizbel 2, and the strategy I'm going to use requires Ayla to have her cat attack skill learned, and the most efficient way to get the tech points I need for cat attack is just to redo this fight until I have it. And then this also just gives me more experience for my whole team, and then gives Luca more tech points that she'll eventually need to. Yeah, and a glitchless any % run would be grinding here a very, very long time. It's something I do want to do eventually, just to get a time and see if I can get under 4 hours. But yeah, it's about a 30-minute grind or so here in glitchless any %, because you're basically grinding enough to be able to beat the final boss. Do I have any Chrono Trigger trivia that you find interesting? Yeah. Lots and lots and lots of stuff about just kind of subtle behind-the-scenes things about how this game works. I would consider trivia. Yeah, the broken Mammon Machine fight's kind of fun trivia too. Yeah, like in the US version, you just hear the enemy death sound effect, and then the fight just abruptly ends. Whereas in every other version of the game, including the Japanese Super Nintendo version, the Mammon Machine actually has a proper boss death animation. And I guess another fun little bit of trivia. The next major boss I'm going to be fighting, Black Tyranno, roars at you periodically, and if you have accessories that let you counterattack, you can counterattack the roars. Why is that? I have no idea. If you're talking about the Mammon Machine, at least, it's just a bug of some kind. It's exclusive to the US version. I haven't really been paying attention, but I should be 1 or 2 fights away from learning that attack now. I mean, there's another thing about the US version compared to the Japanese version that doesn't really make sense. It's not relevant to a glitchless run, and that there's a glitch called the de-equip glitch that messes with your character's stats in pretty different ways depending on version. The US version, it raises, among other things, your magic attack power, and in the Japanese version, it raises your fire defense instead. Can I do my best Spike Vegeta impression? No. Only Spike Vegeta can be Spike Vegeta. Alright, so Nizbel 2 is a lot like Nizbel 1 as far as being weak to lightning in a big way, but unlike Nizbel 1, Nizbel 2 does attack you when you're using lightning. So for this fight, I'm using a strat here where I actually wait for Nizbel to attack there before I do my second full fight, and then that actually just lines up the ATB from here, so that for basically the rest of the fight, Luca can handle all of the healing single-handed. Like Nizbel 1 to, it's a progression with Nizbel 2 as far as lightning lowering his defense, but after you've hit him 3 times, then he releases his electricity and starts the cycle over. Heal Ayla before this last one, just to make sure she's able to survive the electricity wave. And he's only got about 500 HP left at this point, so I just go for do a fire sword at this point to finish him off with a faster animation and do a faster ult fight. Save here too, just because if I fail one of the fight skips here, it's actually faster to just reset than to do the fights, because I'd be forced into 2 fights back to back that I can't run from. Yeah, I remember watching some decent chunks of PJ's all GFs playthrough of FF8. Those were pretty equally comfy and hilarious watches. Yeah, it's about a 4-pixel window to get across that bridge with no fights. Alright, so then Lectorano starts out being kind of passive just because Azala is on its shoulder, but what you're kind of supposed to do is to kill Azala, and then that'll advance to the next phase of the Tyranno fight. But with this route and rules and it being glitchless, it's not really. It doesn't really work out to kill Azala kind of fast because Azala's got really good defense stats. But if I put her to sleep, she's never going to wake up unless I attack her. So, and then eventually the Tyranno will get hungry enough that it's got very high defense right now. I can just wait for it to get hungry and drop its guard. The Black Tyranno is 10,500 HP and decent defense too, so this is a very long fight, and kind of repetitive too, so I like to view this as being about 5.5 minutes of jamming out to the Boss Battle 2 theme. Oh, nice animation. I was also trying to arrange it, by the way, too, so that Ayla and Crono's turns get desynced from each other a bit, so that I'm not kind of having to fumble around with getting into Ayla's menu if Chrono's menu is up, but he can't actually do Fire Sword yet because Luca's turn isn't up yet. Big deal, though. It's kind of in between phases here. I'm kind of waiting for an opening that I can queue up some flame kicks just to do about roughly 1,000 damage. While I'm waiting for the next barbecue breath countdown to start. That will set up both skipping a roar animation and then also Crono having some MP left at the end of the fight. I'm keeping my health low here intentionally too, just to reduce the amount of healing that the Tyranno gets from chomping on my characters. It's quite a bit more tense in a glitched run too, just because your levels are a bit lower, and you don't really get a whole lot of benefit from the glitches in this fight. So it's a fight. I mean, it's heavily manipulated, but it's also a lot. It's down to the wire too, where you're just barely finishing Tyranno off before it would kill you. Hey, Soda Pony. Oh, nice. Two more hits, I think, should finish it off. Alright. Not a bad terrain there as a whole. Yeah, it sounds about right. It has been quite a while since I've run FF6. Like 2018, I think, was last time I kind of seriously ran FF6. Maybe I will again someday, but it's not really on my short list right now. Yeah, there's no real duds in this soundtrack. It's just so good. I do feel this game deserves its reputation as one of the finest Super Nintendo RPGs ever made. Just RPGs in general, too. I mean, the music's good, the visual style is good, the battle system's good, the story writing's good. It's very ahead of its time as far as having like multiple endings and a new game plus mode and a super boss. Any love for Octopath games? Yes, I very much like the Octopath games, especially the second one. I thought the second one did everything the first game did well, and improved on its most of its shortcomings. Oh, nice, Bug Doctor. Yeah, it's. I mean, I'd kind of like to see an Octopath 3, but I also just have no idea how they could possibly top Octopath 2 without, like, massively changing how the game works. Yeah, I really love the way they do an FF5 style job system in Octopath. Like, I like how they cap you on the number of copies of each job you can have out at once to kind of prevent you from getting too spam happy. Octopath 3 with 9 characters. Well, could have a mutant octopus, I guess, that has an extra tentacle. Hey, Rocco, thanks for the luck. Yeah, Izzlemate. I mean, I was very much not expecting that to happen. Even though it's been almost 30 years since I played this for the first time, I do still remember how shocked I was with that turn of events. Alright, so on our way to Zeal Kingdom to progress the story, make a pit stop here to get Speed Tab. And Speed Tabs are the most important type of tab, just because 1 point of speed makes significant differences as far as how much faster character's ATB bar fills, which just translates into having an easier time outspeeding bosses. Matters. Yeah, I mean, they arguably could have done more to more like what was it called? Crossed paths, I think, where you had characters do stories together, but something they did unrelated to that still helped the game feel more cohesive to me and not just like 8 solo campaigns, is having the characters talk to each other with their voice clips during fights too, like looking sharp as always, Casty, or characters thanking each other for healing them and just stuff like that. To me, went a long way towards kind of giving the illusion of unity there. Yeah, Ubisoft. I was saying earlier, just not a dud on this soundtrack, and yeah, just how kind of haunting Shala's theme is. It's exception. Did I like the Live Alive remake? Yes. I thought it was really, really good. I love how it kind of preserved the just the in-your-face weirdness of the original Super Famicom game, but also kind of used modern technology for like graphics and sound design and stuff to kind of feel like the game developers kind of completing their vision. Like every storyline now kind of feels almost even more like an almost different game. And it really amazed me too, just how how they didn't spare expenses too. Like that every story had different voice actors too. Like that was the thing that amazed me the most. That they didn't just have the same. They didn't just hire like 6 voice actors or something to do all of the game. Hey Zazman. Okay, but oh yeah, and I just kind of I died intentionally, by the way, too. That was also why I wanted to preserve MP on Crono coming out of the Black Tyranno fight, so that I could die to the Golem a little bit faster, because the Golem, which we'll be having to fight for real eventually, changes its elemental affinity every time you attack it, and if it starts with physical affinity, and then it alternates between doing a attack that takes away 50% of your health, and then one that does a lot of damage to one character. So you'd have to wait 6 turns to die there, whereas if you use Chrono's Slash, which is lightning element, to change Golem to lightning, then it'll just use an AoE lightning attack and kill you in one hit. Yeah, I mean the one area that I've heard people say that they didn't like about Octopath 1 that's not going to be different in Octopath 2 is just not liking the break and boost system. Like a lot of the flaws in Octopath 1 I think were fixed in the sequel, but yeah, if you didn't like the break and boost system, I mean that's very much still present in this sequel. I appreciated how they gave you more types of attacks and stuff that let you break enemies without kind of having explicit access to their weaknesses, though. Yeah, Rocco, I'm 100% with you there. Like, the main issue I had with the Brave and default system is that you're able to go into debt on turns with no real consequences, assuming you just go all out and just blast away the enemies in one big turn. I felt like that made a lot of the random encounters in the Bravely games a little kind of samey and boring when just pretty much every fight is just you doing 4 Braves on your whole party and going all in. I really appreciated how the Octopath games don't let you go into debt on BP, so you have, and also the fact that you naturally get BP every turn instead of having to specifically defend in order to get BP. Thought that overall made for a more enjoyable battle system. Any new strats I've tried and didn't like? For this run, I can't really think of anything big off the top of my head. I know there's some movement strats that I've tried and not really liked as far as like just alternative ways to dodge fight triggers in particular. I'd have to think as far as like actual battle strats though. Yeah, that is something I'll definitely agree on. At least I thought the secret jobs I thought were done better in Octopath 1. In particular, that you had to actually fight super bosses in order to get broken jobs. But in 2, I mean, the secret jobs just kind of weren't as good for the most part. I guess the inventor is a different story, but I think the inventor is kind of harder to, I think, not quite as broken in a casual playthrough as in a speedrun, because you're not really going to find all of the inventions fast in a casual playthrough. Alright, so back to Chrono Trigger, by the way, too. After we got kicked out of Zeal Kingdom, we now have the powered-up pendant, which gives us access to black chests, black doors, and then the blue pyramid here, which lets us get one of the treasures of, I think it was the Guru of Wisdom. We take the Swallow Sword, which is kind of just a much better version of the Slasher as far as increasing Chrono's speed, this time by 3, along with better attack power. The alternative is the Safe Helm, which is something I'd recommend for a casual play, just because the Swallow eventually gets outclassed by other swords, but the Safe Helm is something that could be useful through endgame. Alright, so then when we're heading for the Keeper's Dome to get the time machine, it's faster. Even though we could do the bike race to get across, it's faster to just walk across, especially given that we can avoid one of the 3 mutant fights here. The first time we came through here, the game makes you attempt the race at least once, and since that's the case, it's faster to win the race than to lose intentionally and then walk across. But since we don't have to race again, we can just walk. I thought the soundtrack to Octopath 2 was fine overall, but it was the highs for me hit a bit differently than the highs of Octopath 1. I can expect kind of seeing those highs not really as highs at all too. I did like how the instrumentation in Octopath 2 is a bit jazzier. The musical style you hear in RPGs quite. Oh, nice episode. So the sewer here I have to go through to get to the Keeper's Dome is scaled around you coming here much earlier, because you could have come here around the time that you went to the Arris Dome and fought the Guardian. I didn't do so in the run because there's no real benefit to doing so, but now that I'm quite a bit higher leveled, then this is designed around the two required fights here are trivial. Oh yeah, Partitio's theme. I don't think coming here is a waste of time in a casual play, because like that chest that I just walked right past there is the Rage Band in it, which gives you a 50% counterattack rate, which is kind of not a horrible thing to have on Chrono. Especially for the Black Tyranno fight, because every time the Tyranno roars at you, it can proc counterattacks. That's probably, I would say, the biggest benefit you'd get out of coming here early. Band. I don't think anything else in the chests here is that amazing. Yeah, the storylines in Octopath 1 were okay, but I wouldn't really call Octopath 1 or really 2 for that matter a game that I would recommend to people who play RPGs mostly for story and cutscenes. Games about the gameplay and the visual design and stuff. Yeah, that is fair, although something I appreciated about both of the Octopaths too is that you can use equipment to get around characters being underleveled, like in particular equipment to raise their HP. That makes it not really that makes them kind of able to live through fights to get caught up. But I can respect not wanting to do that though, and kind of preferring a game where that's just not a factor at all. Like this one, for example, is kind of the way this game motivates you to rotate your party members is that only characters in your active battle party gain tech points from fights, but reserve characters get 75% experience. I think that's an ingenious way to motivate you to rotate characters without really punishing you really hard for not doing so. Well, pretty much anything having to do with the storyline of Chrono Cross, especially with how it connects to this game, is I always just answer by saying it's complicated. I think part of what gives this game's storyline and characters so much of the charm is that it's never like really heavy or complicated. It's just at its heart a fun adventure story that has time travel in it, and the time travel mechanics are kept very simple intentionally. Chrono Cross, on the other hand, does have a lot of depth and added lore and stuff for better and worse. Yeah, Rocco. I always feel like the worst victim of that is Bo in Breath of Fire 2, who's taken out of your party for so long that he's just total dead weight by the time he finally comes back. Got some just kind of throwaway fights with these beasts here before we get to one of the most annoying bosses in the game for this category. The Mud Imp. The way you're kind of intended to do this fight is to actually kill the red and blue beasts here, which I know have some kind of cultural significance in Japan. But they both have 5,000 health, which is a lot, and the Mud Imp has very good defense while the beasts are alive, but it doesn't have perfect defense. So I am able to basically chip away at the Mud Imp's 1,200 health, and then just kill it without having to actually fight the beasts. There's so much RNG though, as far as how the fight plays out. Like every time the imp heals, that's extending the fight by a turn. The imp can also put me to sleep and make the beasts charge at me, which does a fair bit of damage. Yeah, forest level gates I was not a fan of. Like, I think Throne was probably the worst offender there. You needed to have her like in the 30s or 40s or something to get past a certain quest trigger. Like, at least with Therian and Octopath 1, if you don't want to grind, you can throw your head at the 3% steals until you get it. I don't think any of the characters, any of the noble characters whose path actions are level-based in Octopath 1 were ever mandatory past the first chapters at least. Oh yeah, and I know speedrunners won't like this too, but I also wasn't a fan of how you're able to skip the chapter 1s in Octo 2 with no real consequences too. Like that feels kind of like cheating to me. Oh, Kates. Oh, they're kind of the equivalent of metal slimes from the Dragon Quest series. Okay, that was good. 302 is a good time, actually. I think my PB is like a 259 or so. Yeah, that was pretty good as far as not really having to heal very much. Actually, pretty much at all. Yeah, this run's going pretty well, all things considered. I mean, it's not PB, doesn't really have much of a chance of getting a PB, but this is like sub 530 pace right now. Set up a bot command to explain what 100% is, because it came up a lot last week. 100% is basically all major side quests. So then here I want to kill one of these rebels, which are kind of the Chrono equivalent of metal slimes. Very hard to kill, but worth a lot of experience and tech points. I'm using a route where I need to kill one of them. Almost out of time. Especially after that crit too. This is the Super Nintendo version, and yes, it has New Game Plus, where you're able to start a new game and carry over like almost all of your equipment and stats and levels and everything, do a new playthrough, and have access to get a lot of extra endings. Big part of why this game was so ahead of its time. I mean, you do have to beat the game in order to get access to New Game Plus. Yeah, some Japanese routes fight the 6 news. I mean, I looked into that, but it's about a minute and a half, I want to say, slower than what I'm doing. Yeah, the Rebels have 515 HP, so, bad luck here. And I get 4 chances, basically, to kill a Rebel before... I mean, each failed Rebel kill costs me about a minute, but if I fail more than 4 times, it starts to get really, really slow. That's really unfortunate that happened after having a 302 mud imp, too. Blank on where the next one is, actually, because it's been so long since I've okay, now it's past this fight here. It's been so long since I've failed more than twice. Why don't I attack with A? Because it kind of depends. Her damage would only help if wait, I don't have Falcon hit yet. Her damage would only help if it was Ayla that hit it, because Crono is a better weapon, so it basically takes either 2 hits from Crono or 2 hits from Ayla plus 1 from Luca to kill a Rebel. Or 1 from Crono and 1 from Ayla. So we hit this thing. Well, that's a good start. But yeah, so Luca wouldn't really help if she actually hit it now. Okay, well, there we go. There's our kill. But, yeah, this is not going to be a pretty split, but that's just all but. Going off the menuing route too. But yeah, that fight effectively gave me 200 tech points for basically all of my current characters because of a thing that you could call a glitch, but it's totally unavoidable. So I do take advantage of it. Where whenever I finish a fight where one of my characters learns a new single tech, the game will, for whatever reason, award that character the full tech point value of the fight twice. So it effectively means 200 tech points instead of 100. And I have kind of 2 different routes here based on how many Rebels I want to try to kill for a no reset type run. Even my current PB, actually, I just go for 1. And then I take some extra fights on the Mountain of Woe and the Ocean Palace to go the rest of the way towards the level and tech point goals I have. It only works out to be about 45 seconds slower than the 2 Rebel kill route, and that's if I manage to kill the second Rebel pretty fast. Alright, so now we've got Giga Gaia. This is a very, very rough boss, casually, that's going to become an absolute joke because of the new skill I just learned from killing the rubble, which is Falcon Hit, which I needed Chrono's Spin Cut and Ayla's Rock Throw for. Falcon Hit is just a very, very strong physical attack that hits everything in a line, and the damage formula is purely based on Chrono's stats, and since Chrono is a very strong sword now, this is going to hurt a lot. Because part of what makes this boss so hard casually is that the hands are separate targets, and they both attack you and heal the body. But they're in a line from each other, so once I've taken out the hands once, I can just wail away on the body. And then it will eventually revive the hands, but it revives them at half health, so they have 1,000 HP instead of 2,000. And then I can kill them in one Falcon Hit, which is why I don't have to heal. As long as I make sure to actually target the hands, though, because if I don't target the hands here, I'm gonna die. Because then they'll do their combo attacks again. Yeah, I mean, one kind of unfortunate thing about the battle system is just that you can't manually reposition your characters. Like it's because there's texts you have that kind of require you to be in close proximity to enemies, but the fact that you don't have direct control over that is kind of important. Getting hands back again, but I'm gonna win on the next hit, so I'm not gonna bother going. Alright, so yeah, losing about 3 minutes to average there feels about right, given I had 2 rubbles run away. The one I actually killed was pretty fast. It's pretty hard to top the segment I had last week, though, where on the very first rubble, Chrono got a crit on the first turn. I mean, that's just literally perfect. Hey, David, thanks for the raid. Hope your stream went well. Like in a marathon run or whatever, this is certainly where we'd be talking about the story or having more donations and stuff, but this is just a pure technical commentary run. Oh, you haven't done fighter yet? Is it mage is the character you prefer to do for series runs? Shala's theme. So ethereal and haunting. Sadly, you don't really ever hear it for very long, but you hear snippets. Well, at this point, Shala by a lot, but once Yana screws up, I think it's a little more debatable. Given that, well, spoilers for a 30-year-old game, he grows up to become Magus. Any flying stakes? Let's see, look. It's the main theme of the game, like it's just called Chrono Trigger on the soundtrack. I do wish the extended version of it that you hear during the like the demo loop before you if you idle on the title screen was actually used in the game. Because if you do an any percent speedrun where you fight Lavos from the end of time instead of from the Black Omen, you actually hear the Chrono Trigger theme during the Lavos shell fight, but they use the short version of it, which I think is unfortunate, given how long the shell fight is. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's so hard to, for me at least, to get into the mindset where that's actually a shock. Like, like say the big reveal about who Darth Vader's son is. The kind of thing where it's just, it's a big reveal that's not a reveal hasn't been a reveal to anyone for decades, so it's just so hard to get in the mindset of that actually being a surprise in the lead up to it. So we're talking to Plant Lady, as she's canonically known here, to activate the Sunken Desert quest later. They also hit up the healing tile there to heal up after Gaia. I am your father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate. This is our first fight with Dalton. Dalton's gimmick is that all he does is counterattack, but he does do and his counterattacks have your health, so they can't kill you directly. But he does have a final attack that will kill you if you're really low on health. Yeah, so I do maintain that Spaceballs is one of the most quotable movies ever made. I can rarely go for like more than like 2 or 3 weeks, I think, without quoting Spaceballs, like at work or something like that. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you playing with your dolls again, sir. Who's the most underrated character in this game when it comes to doing damage? I would probably say Frog. Frog Squash and its upgraded version of Frog Flare, I think, are like the best, highest damage dual techs in the game. If they're set up right, as far as how much HP Frog has. Oh yeah, the big thing in FF7 is another one, yeah. Oh, Alan, or what's his name, Tim Russ was in Spaceballs. There's a speedrun category for beating Lavos in the Ashen Palace. Not competitively, but I know Red Slash, I think, has done it at least once. Because you can do some kind of neat things with that fight, especially if you're not doing glitchless. Because the Ocean Palace version of Lavos is a lot stronger than any other version of Lavos' shell. And because of that, it's actually susceptible to an HP overflow glitch, but the way you would have to set up that glitch when you don't have access to the Green Dream accessory, it's more involved. Only one person would ever give me the raspberry. Star. I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out to how the really tense Ocean Palace theme doesn't get interrupted for fights. This fight is avoidable, but I'm taking it as part of the one rubble route, just because I can cooperate. Take out all 4 of these guys with 1 Falcon hit. Hey, old drunk guy, thanks for the read. Know if these guys can be put to sleep, but we're about to try. Run's been going pretty good. The only thing that's really been really bad so far is just the luck I got with the rubble kills in the Mountain of Woe. This fight's a little random as far as if the enemies line up nicely to be Falcon hit or not. Yes, yay Rivers, yeah, Slurp Kiss is such a great animation. I love how they have the special full screen pink hearts overlay for that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're giving you just really, really overpowered stuff, but then then they take away the guy that can use it very shortly afterwards. And then this fight here is worth a whopping 40 tech points, so this fight I'm going to do twice, and then that's it for kind of extra quote-unquote grinding to make up for not having fought 2 rubbles. I mean, I will always do this route for a no reset type run, just because the 2 rubble routes are somewhat riskier in multiple ways. After this fight, then Luca should have fire 2. And then after this, I'm going to actually swap Luca out for Robo, just so that he can start learning some techs. Not really going to be directly contributing to the fights in this elevator, but he's pretty far behind on tech points, so these fights are going to let him top off learning round attacks and combos. Still there. Yeah, there's definitely some magic happening off camera as far as how the physics of Falcon Hit work. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Falcon Head is very, very broken if you understand just that it's purely based on Chrono's stats, so just giving Chrono a really good weapon and, like, accessories and power tabs to raise his strength, just make this so busted. Hey, the Arris, welcome in. Of course there's physics involved. They're cartoon physics, but physics nonetheless. I'm also a fan of the in-game description for Falcon Hit, too, which is Chrono's Falcon Hit. I mean, what more could you possibly need to know about it? Alright, so now we're coming up on two really hard encounter skips, but fortunately they're not terribly punishing to fail. That's the first one. I'd like to at least get one of them for submission video purposes, but I'm pretty rusty on these. I definitely would need to do some save state practice to get back up to speed. But yeah, again, but failing these skips, it just means you have to run away. It's not punishing at all. Okay, I got one of them at least. Yeah, those are really, really finicky skips as far as clipping around the enemy sprite. What's the earliest triple tech you can learn? I think it's Chrono, Frog, and Robo, I think, which is, I forget what it's called exactly, but it's basically like X Strike, only Robo joins in too. Oh, nice. Hope you enjoyed. I'm very, very proud of that run. Which fight Robo is supposed to learn Robo Tackle off. Yeah, triple raid sounds right. But I think all you need for that is you need Cyclone, Slurp Cut, which you'll absolutely have by that point, and Robo Tackle, I think. So unlike the first Golem, Golem Twins, we do have to win. If we lose, this is still game over. But fortunately, the Golem Twins are not immune to status conditions. And for a unmanipulated run, the most effective way to shut them down is with Boogie, which casts the stop spell. You can put them to sleep too, but the problem with that is that they wake up after taking damage. And you're not, sleep isn't guaranteed to work, and if you whiff with sleep and they actually get attacks off, that's very bad. The answer to that question is yes. And I used lightning at the start of the fight with Chrono, both because I needed that little bit of damage to round out the math to kill them optimally, and also to set up my backup strat if Boogie missed one or both of them. Like if I miss with Boogie, I want them to be in lightning mode instead of physical mode. Yeah, I don't think we're on sub 530 pace anymore after those two rubble fails in the Mountain of Woe, but this is still a pretty solid pace for a no reset run. Yeah, I think in like every other version of the game they're called Golem Sisters instead of Golem Twins. If this run doesn't blow up or my game crashes or something, I'll put this on YouTube. The The main reason why I've been derusting Chrono Trigger lately is just because I want to submit it to RPG Limit Break this year, and I wanted to get a fresh submission video. And so far, this run's been very good as far as the how the run's been going, and doing technical run commentary hasn't really caused any major mistakes or anything. So yeah. Nothing that horrendously goes wrong. I'll put it on YouTube. What are the best moments for time saves that are left? Well, time saves relative to my real PB, I would say would be the elevators in the Black Omen. I still need to go back and look at how many elevator fights I actually got, but I know it wasn't great. It was like 4 or 5. The aforementioned Ocean Palace Lavos that has double stats relative to normal, so yeah, you die. You know, a nice little touch I think too is the fact that the maximum amount of HP that you can have in this game is 999, and there's no way to exceed that. But you can take 4 digits of damage. So I like the added touch of just showing you how badly you're getting hurt when you're taking more damage than you could physically survive. Yeah, my PB's from 2019, I think. I got it in the lead up to my SGDQ run that year. I know El Magus has a slightly faster run now, and I've not watched it yet to see what he did differently, if he actually has different strategies, or if he just played better and or got luckier counted. But if this gets accepted to Limit Break, I'll definitely do some research to see if there's new strats I should adopt. Yes, that fight is winnable if you grind enough or do New Game Plus. If you actually beat Lavos there, then the game ends. I mean, you get the developer room ending, which is what you'd get if you start at New Game Plus and then beat the game at your earliest opportunity. Well, that sounds like a good strat. I'll have to try that out sometime. You solved the world's most difficult trick. But again, that version of Lavos' shell is a lot stronger than the normal version you get from going through the End of Time bucket. Although I want to say if you beat Lavos' shell before that and then progress the story to the Ocean Palace, I think you don't go. I think that you might go inside Lavos' shell at that point, but could be wrong there. Yeah. Magus says it like it is. Got whacked because he... There's another input break. Still feeling fine. Well, I'm thinking I want to look into donation incentives for fighting all forms of Specchio. Like when I've done this in the past, I've had an incentive to fight blue Maza and Mune Specchio before going to the Black Omen, but I'd like to look into possibly doing all Specchio fights If that includes pink new Specchio, though, that would mean having to have a prepared save file to like grinding to level 99 in order to fight new Specchio would not be a actual run. Oh no! If I'm gonna fight, I'm gonna win. I mean, I can already tell you right now that the frog Specchio is so weak that even at speedrun levels I can win, because I do know from experience that if you mess up and say yes to fighting Specchio after you learn magic, it's faster to actually win than to let him kill you. Yeah, the Black Omen is the same in all time periods. It's kind of a strange place as far as how the tracks progression in it. Have a good night, Rider Storm. Thanks for stopping by. So, once I get my party selection here, doing a very, very specific party order there for a very specific reason that it's not too far off though. Hang on, what? Oh, it's okay. XP is not pooled and split in this game. Characters have to be alive to get experience, but if you have characters dead, the living characters don't get more. Yeah, the main nuance there is that characters that are out of your battle party only get 75% experience, which is a heck of a lot better than 0, like Final Fantasy VI. Yeah, Great Dionifier. That last 1,300 years making all the difference is kind of whack. Hey, rocket launcher. Hey, eat more ramen. Yep, we're back at this for a while at least. If this gets into this year's RPG limit break, I'll definitely be working harder on this game in the coming months. But if it doesn't, then I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do. I might do some keep doing runs of it, or I might go back to like Final Fantasy Legend 3 or something else. Like at this point, I'm not feeling like super motivated to try to actually get a PB at this game, but let's oh. Ah. I haven't messed this up in quite a while. This is a very silly fight, though. I guess we can call this stealth here, as far as hiding around the corner. This fight is meant to happen. This is also why I set up my party the way I did. Even though Luca and Robo aren't technically part of the fight, the fact that they're there blocks the bashers from getting to Ayla. We recover our loose gear and then use that to skip having to recover the gear for Luca and Robo. That's also why I spent all of my money at the shop before coming here too, just because once you've defeated Dalton Plus, you get back all the equipment that you missed on the Blackbird, but you do not get back your money if you don't get the money chest. But I spent it, so it doesn't matter. All right, and then we get Golem Boss. This fight is winnable, but the Golem Boss has 10,000 HP, so actually killing it before it runs away is somewhat of a challenge, and it would be very, very slow to do so. And take advantage of the fact, though, that the Golem Boss running away does still count as quote-unquote winning a fight, and then the way you learn combos and Chrono Trigger is that you have to win a fight with all of the characters that are part of the combo in your party. So I get Fire Tackle just in time to use it on Dalton Plus. The glitched 100% kills one of the turrets. I mean, killing those turrets is extremely difficult to do without manipulation, just because they're kind of like rebels, only they're faster and they fight back. In a speedrun, at least, it's not really worth trying to kill turrets if you're not using manipulation. Yeah, I do appreciate how Houston exists in this world. So Dalton Plus is kind of similar to Dalton 1 as far as its main gimmick is counterattacks, but his counterattacks are worse in this fight. He doesn't just use Iron Orb, he does other spells too, kind of depending on what element you hit him with. But fortunately he doesn't have a lot of health though. I do wish Ayla would just chuck him off the ship instead of just throwing him up and down in the cockpit there. Bit of time here because of that dirt from the shop menu and that failed skip on the Blackbird. Bad. And this scene here often makes me picture the cockpit of the time machine as having a giant Super Nintendo controller in it because it has a Y and an X button, kind of like the invention machine in Robotrek. So once we land, I'm gonna go back into the shop again. This time to actually sell some stuff, just to give me some money that I'm gonna need later. Well, I never say never, but speedrunning Robotrek I'd say is not super likely, mostly just because I don't have It's a game I like, but I don't really have a lot of nostalgia for it because I didn't play it until about like 10 years or so ago. Cool run. I've enjoyed watching PJ do runs of, and I had a lot of fun being on his couch for his run of it at Limit Break 2019. I was gonna pick up a new Quintet RPG to speedrun though, would be Terranigma. It's the only part of the Quintet Heaven and Earth trilogy, aka Soul Blazer trilogy I haven't run yet. Hey Kisharak, welcome in. Yeah, I know this is where it gets a little confusing, by this game standards at least, kind of what actually happened there, but kind of the general understanding I have is that what you saw there with the gurus being thrown around was the original timeline before Magus messed it and Crono kind of interfered. Terranigma is about a 4-ish hour speedrun. I mean, it's shorter than this, but it's definitely longer than Soul Blazer and Illusion of Gaia. Also, that I call that the pig skip there too, just because pig is the last dialogue before you have to say no. If you say yes, you do actually fight Magus here, and if you win, you kill him, which it rips the run. Kind of need Magus for the route to work from here. That's something I've toyed with the idea of at least trying to figure out a route for is Glitchless 100% frog good ending or whatever you want to call having to kill Magus here. Kind of mostly just to try to figure out how I would play the rest of the game without him. Yeah, so right now that we have the winged time machine, this is where all of the side quests that we need to complete for 100% open up. Also where we start having a lot of menuing that involves party swaps. Because of like a lot of quests, you need to have certain characters in your party. Very few cases where you're kind of locked into a certain party. So we're starting out what we call the Faded Hour, because that's the chapter name right now if you save the game, with doing Frog side quest to upgrade the Maza and Mune. And this quest doesn't have a boss or any particularly difficult fights, so we're kind of getting this out of the way first in order to kind of start prepping for some other quests as we go, just because there's some flying and movement we need to do to do Frog's quest, so I kicked it off by kind of finding out that I need tools to repair the ruins, and then the tools I get in 1000 AD, but on my way there I'm stopping at the end of time to get the Chrono Trigger, the key item we need to eventually revive Crono. Hey, 1000 lifetimes. Oh, thanks, glad to hear you enjoyed it. Yeah, you also don't have to do the added content in the PS and PC versions if you don't like it too. And part of why we go get the Chrono Trigger now is because when we come back from the end of time, that'll spawn the Epoch closer to where we need to go next. Because when you come back from the end of time, you always spawn in the middle of the overworld. He said the thing. Playing the thing is a bit more of a big deal in Chrono Cross, though. Alright, have a good night, Nacho. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Now that we've beaten both, I think it's Heckran is for the Taban vest. I think it's Magus for the Taban helm, and then Dalton Plus, I think, for the Taban suit. But now we have all of Swag Luca only equipment. Yeah, good luck is what I would say to somebody doing a Quad Circle run of F5 as well. Speed tab here on our way back to where we get the tools. Oh yeah, I've seen 2 different people do it. Had enough sugar, I'm gonna have to cut you off. Yeah, I don't know about beating the super bosses, but you can absolutely beat the game. Berserkers. You have to do a lot of grinding to get there, though, like grind into like the 70s or 80s for levels. And FF5 just does not have any like particularly fast ways to grind. Takes a very, very long time. Oh, kind of spacing it. Back. Yeah, it's sake or something in the Japanese word. Alright, so we've hit pretty much all the story triggers we need, because we don't actually need to full clear this place. Like, you can... There's a lot of holes that you can repair here by going back, kind of killing monsters here, and then going back to the carpenter to repair the ruins, but you don't have to do very much of it in order to actually complete the side quest. You just need to clear out the basement. If you do the upstairs parts, you can get access to some pretty good stuff, like Marley's strongest bow. Some very good armor. But yeah, so Magus is very, very OP. He's quite a bit higher level. He's like 13 levels, I think, higher than Luca and Marley, or Luca especially at this point, and has eventually going to get access to all 4 elements. And Marley is just along for the ride here at this point to get tech points. Part of setup for a pretty clever boss strategy. It's coming up later. Ghost Knights are immune to physical attacks, but Magus's fire spells one-shot them, but they final attacks. These played out kind of nicely, though, in that Magus didn't get MP busted until the 3rd fight, by which point it doesn't really matter anymore because I'm going to be sheltering before I actually fight anything else. Alright, we'll finish it up now. Oh, nice, Stoys art. Shuffling around for next fights I'll actually be doing, and also to get One, get Frog as the party leader, and then get Magus out of the party. This cutscene here is actually a couple seconds faster. Frog is the party leader. I think mostly just because he has to walk up to Cyrus's grave, and if he's in the leader spot, it's the fastest. This cutscene is also pretty awkward if Magus is here, but the main reason I want Magus out of the party is actually because I'm going to Ozzie's Fort next, and most of the cutscenes in Ozzie's Fort have more dialogue in them if you have Magus in your party. Typically want to remove him for that reason. OS Frog, indeed. Mucho metaphysical, man. I always love that line, especially given that it's being spoken by these ancient beings here. I mean, they're kids, but they're still very, very old. I do like too how the text on the grave changes after the scene too. Say that Cyrus was a hero instead of a fool. Alright, so with that, with powering up the Maza and Mune, we've actually completed Frog's side quest, so we don't actually need to full clear the northern ruins. We're done now. Alright, so next up we're going to be starting Magus's side quest with Ozzie's Fort. We're not actually going to be finishing it until later. We're coming here now in order to loot Ozzie's treasury for some really good gear for Magus. But we're nowhere near strong enough to actually beat Ozzie. Ozzie and Ozzie Flea and Slash, when you fight them together, are actually probably one of the toughest bosses in the game that's outside of the Black Omen. These intro fights with Flea Plus and Super Slash are pretty trivial, though. I'm hoping to see a crit with Frog, because that saves a turn. A Rotogsvar will come in. Glad you're able to catch some. This next cutscene I'm a big fan of, too, just because of how silly it is, and I like how it's kind of effectively a tech demo for Super Mario RPG, because like in Super Mario RPG, whenever you game over, the music falls apart for whatever fight you're in, and they kind of demo that tech here. But yeah, Ozzie's Fort I just always view as being kind of a parody of Magus's castle. Yeah, I guess they do it in Earthbound. Well, Earthbound I think came out earlier than this game. But Earthbound wasn't made by Squaresoft. And this game was 95. This year is going to mark 30 years. Chrono Trigger goodness. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago that it was 20 years of Chrono Trigger. I didn't get a crit, so it's going to take an extra turn. Well, Mother 3 did come out, it just didn't come out or besides Japan. Right, so this next room has a lot of goodies in it, one of which is not really something you'd normally call a goodie, and that's that there's this guillotine blade here, which actually, if you fall for the trap, everybody in your active battle party gets reduced to 1 HP, which is normally a bad thing, but for reasons that'll become clear soon enough, that's actually desirable here. And then I grab Magus's exclusive equipment there and peace out at this point, because again, we're not ready to actually finish this quest yet. We'll be back later. Oh yeah, I guess Earthbound was kind of a later SNES game. Pop some speed tabs on Magus there to, I mean, these three characters are going to be my final party, so I'm kind of starting to really try to get them built up towards that end, but I do want to get Magus fast enough to be able to run away from fast enemies safely. Alright, then I'm going to do this particular fight here that is fully avoidable twice in order to get enough experience for a level up for Magus. It's for kind of a weird reason, too. We're about to fight some more rebels, but unlike the rebels on Mount Woe that were pretty big trolls, the ones I'm going to be fighting here are going to be pretty free. And the reason for that is that Magus joins your party at level 37, and just because of just some oddities with Magus' stat progression, the first time he levels up after joining, his hit stat, which is accuracy, it goes from 20 to 40. That makes killing rebels pretty trivial. Nice. Parents are considerably younger than mine, then. So we're going to fight two rebels here, and Magus' accuracy is so high that it's more or less impossible to fail these. I know I'm jinxing myself, but I mean it. I've never come particularly close to having either of them run. A beer field? Nice to hear. Take care of that cartridge. These carts of this game are pretty expensive now. Then, kind of like earlier too, I'm taking advantage of the exploit where when you learn a new tech, you get effectively double tech points from that fight. So this is giving Marley a lot of tech points right now and giving her the haste spell. Which I'm going to be putting to use very, very soon. Haste is a really, really strong buff in this game as far as just how much faster it makes you get turns. Alright, so now we have Rust Tyranno, a massively upgraded version of Black Tyranno. It's actually the second highest HP boss in the entire game. We're going to be doing a really, really clever strategy that was developed by the Japanese Chrono Trigger community. It's all based around using a party build that capitalizes on Magus's Doomsicle. The Doomsicle does basically 100% more damage for every dead ally. And then at the start of the fight, the Tyranno just immediately goes into countdown mode and doesn't attack until the countdown runs out. But whenever it roars, it actually gives you the HP drain status, which is pretty pathetic in this game as far as actually doing damage. But if you have characters at 1 HP, which I got through the Guillotine Blade Trap at Ozzie's Fort, then that actually lets them get killed off. So I basically I steal the red mail, which I'm going to need eventually, and then haste Magus, and then the game plays itself here at this point. This is going to shred through 25,000 HP. See some crits here. Saved a bit of time on average, even though, yeah, even though I made a bit of kind of little sloppy movement during Frog's quest. Yeah. I mean, I do envy people that are able to play this game for the first time, but at the same time, I mean, playing this game for the first time in 2025 is a bit different than playing it for the first time in 1995, when everything about this and the SNES was still cutting edge. I mean, this game holds up extremely well, but it's also 30 years old. If I failed the red mail steal from Russ Tyranno, I'd actually just go upstairs at this point and get the red vest instead. Yeah, that's a fun little trick there too, where whatever, if you're moving during the fade out after leaving the Giant's Claw dungeon, then you're still kind of stuck in that animation during the cutscene with King Guardia. I don't really think this game needs to be remade. Time. I mean, I think this game holds up fine the way it is. I would much rather just see a new Chrono game than a make of this one. I mean, I think the PC version is fine as far as an accessible way to play the game on modern hardware. I don't know if it's on the Nintendo Switch online service as far as like if you really want the original SNES version. But since the patches it got after release, I think the PC game is fine. So anyway, Son of Sun is kind of a gimmick boss where the way you win is by attacking one of the flames, that I just call the correct flame 10 times. And the intended way to figure out which the correct flame is, other than trial and error, is to do some kind of full AoE attack that hits everything. But the problem with that is that if you attack the center eye, it counterattacks with flare, which is very bad. So a trick I'm using is to use Luca's Flame Toss to hit 3 of the flames, because the tell for which is the correct target is the one that doesn't counterattack. I had to actually guess at this there as far as which one was correct. But I guessed right. I mean, I would have liked to have seen Chrono as a series become kind of like Mana, in that it's not like, we're not talking like Final Fantasy, where it's a series with like in the teens as far as how many games there are, but having like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 solid games that all have kind of common themes about like rabble of some kind, I think would have been nice. Alright, that should be it there. I like Chrono Cross personally. I mean, I like Chrono Trigger better, but I think Chrono Cross is a fine game. But I think Chrono Cross works better if you think of it as its own thing rather than as a sequel to this game. Just the connections between them are just kind of are not great. And I'm not talking, and not just like story stuff too. I mean, like the battle system is so wildly different from this game. Oh yeah, but I mean, you will not ever hear me knock the music, though. I think the soundtrack to Chrono Cross is just as good, if not better, than this game's. By the same composer, Yasunori Mitsuda. Yeah, I played I Am Setsuna. It's a game where I enjoyed the kind of the aesthetics and vibes and music and stuff of the game more than the fights and stuff. No, this is just gonna be Chrono Trigger. And by the time I finish this run, it's gonna be after midnight in my time zone, and I have work in the morning, so I'm gonna finish the run and then try to find somebody to raid. If you're talking about in general, not just tonight, I mean, I've run a lot of games. I mean, if you look in my Twitch bio below the video player, there's a full list of all of my personal bests at all the games I've ever run. And I mostly run retro RPGs. Dabbled in a few other things though, but kind of my bread and butter is like stuff like this game and the Super Nintendo era Final Fantasies. There's a decent sized Chrono Cross community. Like sometimes I think there's been more people running Cross than Trigger. The fact that there's a PC port of Cross now is nice for accessibility too. PC version I know is like 30-40 minutes faster too because of loading times and frame rate differences. Undershot? But, so yeah, the reason we did the Sunstone quest there too, and after we got some good armor to make beating Son of Sun viable, is getting the Sunshades. Is a very nice accessory that just flat out raises the amount of damage you do with all attacks. I want to say by 25%. I don't think you even need mods for Chrono Cross PC anymore. Like there was a patch like a year or so ago at this point, I think, that came out that fixed a lot of the frame rate issues it had at release. We're doing the Simon Says mini game here in order to get the Chrono clone doll in order to revive Chrono. And I'm doing 4 inputs and then failing intentionally. That's actually why I sold off some stuff at the shop after getting off the Blackbird, just because it works out to be faster to do that quick shop trip so that you can skip most of that mini game than to play all of it. Hey Zach, evening. Alright, so it works out conveniently too that you get kind of dumped off at Luca's house after finishing the Sunstone quest, and that puts us right next to Guardia Castle. Well, puts us next to Truce Village, where lets us pick up the Chrono clone doll that we'll be needing fairly soon, and then lets us go to Guardia Castle to finish the Rainbow Shell quest, which is Marley's quest. Yeah. I'm a heartless, non-cat petting monster. Yeah, like actually, who's actually in my party at that point? I guess, I mean, Chrono's mom would know Luca, but she certainly wouldn't know Magus or Ayla, or really anybody other. I mean, I guess to be fair though, whenever you go talk to your mom after you've recruited a new character, there's a short cutscene where Chrono's mom talks about the new character. So maybe they're assuming that you've done that, so Chrono's mom actually knows who all of Chrono's friends are. Oh yeah, if the Chrono Cross remaster is $8 on Steam, that is definitely a steal of the deal. And then, as a little added bonus too, you get Radical Dreamers, which is I wouldn't really say it's like an amazing game, but it's neat as far as seeing kind of seeing the origins of Chrono Cross. Radical Dreamers is more of a like choose your own adventure style game than a or I should say more of a visual novel style game than a true. Yeah, Marley's angry face is good, so good. That's unfortunate. I mean, I played it on PS4, and at the time I played it, it was pretty rough as far as the quality, because it had some really bad frame rate issues, especially if you were in a battle with multiple enemies. But it did eventually get a patch that, at least on PS4, gives it a really smooth frame rate. Can't really speak for the version because I've never played it. But if it does have stability problems just because it doesn't like your PC, that's pretty unfortunate, especially since it's just a game from like '98 or whatever running on an emulator. Like, there's a whole lot of valid excuses for why a game that old would have tech problems running on modern hardware through emulation. These monsters here are actually just literally the same monsters that were in Manolia Cathedral, the very first dungeon area in the game. It's a nice, pretty heavy-handed bit of foreshadowing as far as who the next boss is, but I do wish they'd have at least given you some better scaled random encounters here. Casual play, at least. Alright, so we're about to fight Yakra the 13th, which we're going to be using kind of the same general strategy as for Rust Tyranno, because, like Rust Tyranno, Yakra the 13th has a pretty lengthy phase of its AI script where it doesn't do anything, and you're able to extend that by doing a lot of damage during that phase. So it works out that the fact that you're not able to heal or do much reactive stuff doesn't really matter. There is a bit of RNG here though, just because again the Doomsicle gets boosted based on the number of dead allies, and then Yakra is pretty much always going to kill Frog on the first turn, but then Marley's going to haste Magus, but then it's random at that point whether Yakra kills Marley or not. And every turn Marley is still alive, I'm losing damage from the Doomsicle. Yeah, I like the judge just totally poofs too. I always like that thing. Alright, come on, hit Marley, please. I'm gonna get the slower fight. The optimal one would be that he drops Marley right there, and then Magus is doing 1500 damage per hit instead of 1000. Getting Earthquake at least. Sometimes Yakra can shoot needles at Magus and further slow this down. So we're getting kind of the second fastest fight here. I should be able to kill him before he needles. Require a crit. Okay, yeah, I got it. Got one crit. Really, I lost like 30 seconds to my real PB. I mean, I'm sure my real PB got the hit the Marley death here for the faster Yakra fight. Better menuing and stuff too. This scene is something that I've come to appreciate a lot more with age, too. Much more than when I first played this, as far as Marley reconciling with her dad. That little sparkle in the ground, by the way, is the key to the chest where the real Chancellor is. I'm gonna be leaving that Chancellor in the chest forever, but if you play this, you can free him. Oh yeah, I bet. Oh yeah, I bet if you are a parent, this hits differently too. Well, if this gets into limit break and we need just more quickie incentives, I guess freeing the real Chancellor could be one, along with maybe rescuing Fritz from Guardia Prison. So after defeating Yakra is all we need to do in order to complete the side quest, but we're not going to take off without actually getting our hands on the final set of rewards, too, from the Sunstone quest, along with the Rainbow Shell quest, which is Prism Helms, which are really one of the best helmets in the game as far as defense, raw defense power, magic defense, and then status protection. We also get the Prism specs, which are an upgraded version of the Sunshades, so just a flat boost to all physical and magical damage. And then, kind of as a 3-for-1 deal, we also get the Rainbow Sword, which is Chrono's strongest sword, but we're not actually going to equip that. We will be using Crono a little bit later on, but just going to keep rocking the Swallow. Yeah, I bet it's only a matter of time, David. Speaking of Crono, it's probably about time that we get him back. I'd say probably the single biggest reason why we put this off as long as we do, I guess beyond the fact that just reviving Crono doesn't really help that much, is having the Prism Helms is a really big deal for the mini bosses we have to fight in Death Peak. Yeah, I think you can get up to like 16 cats or so if you win enough cat food from the mini games in the fairgrounds. And the game does remember how many cats you have in the ending, just in the version of the ending that the speedrun gets. Put the new to sleep. Need more news in the world, not less. I think that's, well, the part about being able to get a purple cat if you get enough cat food, I believe is true, but I don't think that's really Alphador. It's just the same sprite. It's kind of somewhat challenging encounter skips here. Like that first one is tight but consistent. That second one is random because of the movement pattern of the enemies. We have our first Lavos spawn, which are these mini bosses here. They're nasty, but I'm pretty well equipped to deal with them at this point because having the Prism Helms keeps me safe from most of their attacks, and I'm able to just 2-round them with the levels and attacks and stuff I have. Lavos spawns are also the highest tech point award fight in the entire game too. They're worth more than Rubbles at 120. Capitalizing on getting double tech points from from fights where characters learn new tech, so Luca got a pretty healthy start towards Flare, her final tech. And then Lavos Spawn 2 is a bit of an unfortunate property in that, well, for it at least, in that it's not marked as a boss for whatever reason, so I can actually just run away from it. It's been a little debatable over the years with this route as far as if running away is actually a good idea because you're giving up 120 tech points, but I've found that running away and then using the time that I would have spent fighting it to grind here briefly, it just works out to be better. In particular, because I get some extra level ups worth of experience along with the tech points. Yo, Overswarm, thanks to yeah, this right here is actually one of the best grinding spots in the whole game. It's not mindless like the conveyor belt and the Geno Dome, because you do need to kind of know what you're doing as far as getting 6 crackers in each fight. Yeah, I agree, Ohiki. I'm gonna do 5 fights here. In a more serious PB attempt, I'd do 4, but doing that 5th fight more or less removes a very minor bit of RNG from the end game, whereas potentially not hitting a level that I want to hit right before the final boss. Yeah, Ice 2 is the fastest animation of all the level 2 spells, which is why I'm using it, even though I'm in an ice area. With the Prism specs, it's still strong enough to kill all the enemies. This Lavos spawn, we do actually have to fight. We can't run away from it like the second one. Hey, Saxos, come on. Very, very important, by the way, to target the head of the Lavos spawns. If you attack the body, it doesn't do anything, and it counterattacks with that needle attack and hurts you. So in a marathon run, we usually do a bid war over who gets to hug Crono during this cutscene, but I'm just doing the fastest option here, which is not have either Marley or Loka in the party. My split picture should show what my favorite version of Death Peak is, though. Yeah, I mean, both versions are good, but the Marley one, I like the imagery better as far as like the sprite work for the hug. Spoilers for something that already happened. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. I would also love for an awkward dual tech with Frog and Magus where they're fighting each other and catching the enemies in the crossfire. Alright, so kind of running low on quests we need to finish at this point. We're just kind of in the cleanup phase. The reward, we're going to do Robo's quest next, and then one of the rewards from that will be useful against the boss after that, and then after that is going to be finishing off Ozzie, and then we're done. So in the Geno Dome, basically every fight here is unrunnable, so big part of why this is done so late in this cycle is just so that I have the Prism specs at this point, so I can one-shot every fight here with Ice 2, which is the full screen spell that has the fastest animation. If I didn't have Prism specs, I'd need to use Lightning 2 instead, which is a little bit slower. Well, I mean, I didn't route everything in this myself. I mean, a lot of the strategies here I pulled from Japanese runs of this category, and also from US version runs of the glitched 100% category. Like the part of this route that I can claim the most credit for, I would say, is the order the quests are done in, and the tech point routing. In particular, having a route that only requires one rubble kill and isn't really that much slower than a lucky 2 rubble kill route. outside for it. Biggie. A little bit more optimal to go up here and do this fight first, just because when you finish the robot fight over to the right, then you end up closer to the head. So we're going to be doing a skip here to coming up where because ordinarily what you're supposed to do here is go up I forget if it's upstairs or downstairs, but go to a different part of the dome to reverse the conveyor belt to let you make it all the way up here more easily, but I'm going to be short-circuiting that. Nice, got it. There's a bit of RNG as far as even if you move optimally as far as frame rules for when the game activated the electricity that can kind of screw you out of actually getting the skip through no fault of your own, but it's if you play well, it's not too common. I mean, that's a skip you could argue against being allowed in a glitchless category because you are skipping some dialogue and stuff, but the attitude I have is that stuff that can be skipped just purely through movement is fine, even if you're skipping stuff that probably wasn't intended to be skippable. I'm getting Robo decked out for his solo fight that he's about to do. Yeah, after this next cutscene here, Robo has a solo fight against Atropos, his former girlfriend, I believe. This is a fight you can skip in pretty goofy ways with glitches, but we're going to be fighting Atropos fair and square. And in an older route, you would take advantage of the fact that if you just wait long enough, Atropos will eventually self-destruct, and then you just win. But I found a way to actually win the fight through damage and have it be faster than just waiting it out via grabbing the Giga Arm for Robo at Death Peak and then the Prism Specs, and then the Ozzie Punch skill that he just learned too, which is really strong. Single target attack. So I am hoping to come out of both this and then the next boss fight with Robo's HP being in a certain range, because I'm going to be getting the Crisis Arm once I beat Mother Brain, which is explained very poorly in the game as far as what it actually does, but it's a weapon that gets a damage modifier based on the ones digit of Robo's HP, and I skipped Atropos using her Ozzie Punch on me, which requires some very good mashing here. Not get a good ones digit though. I've never thought about it that way, but yeah, you could kind of kind of view this as a alternate take on the R series encounter. Well, yeah, it's heartbreaking in similar ways to Robo's fate and Chrono Cross, but yeah, we don't need to talk about that. Yeah, Luca's on pace for clear. Yeah, I was using the fact that Robo's heal beam has completely random healing to try to kind of roll twice to get a good Crisis Arm modifier, but sadly it's one's place of current HP. The amount of HP you gain per level up is 100% fixed for every character, and then for Robo, for every level, his max HP always ends in a 5. Get Mother Brain. This is kind of somewhat of a dangerous boss, but kind of like Dalton Plus, she doesn't have kind of enough health to sustain the fight for very long. Kind of the main gimmick here is that the panels behind her will heal her every turn, and if you destroy them, then Mother Brain gets a lot more aggressive. But I'm powerful enough at this point that I can just blow her away in 2 turns. Last Robo is in captivity. Could have skipped this, but I'm gonna let Mother Brain attack just as another chance at a Robo. Hey! Okay, well that's not amazing, but it's still better than 5. What I'd get if every attempt at getting a good number failed and I just have to use a shelter and roll with a 5. If I had a good number, I'd try to keep it by mashing to try to get Magus to get his last spell off to win the fight before she attacks again. Yeah, like I said, that's Mother Brain has nasty attacks, but she dies really fast. She doesn't have enough health to live through what I can do it very long. No, it's after these fights here. Let's... It's here. I'm running against my average, actually, not my real PB. I'm like better part of 10 minutes behind my real PB by this point, if not more. I mean, it's Rust combined with safeties and stuff too. Alright, and then this next boss here is the main reason why I was trying to manipulate Robo having a 6 or better for his ones digit, because that translates into being able to two-shot pieces of Red Knight with punches. Would I consider this route fully optimized? No. I mean, I don't think a route for a run this long that's not manipulated is ever going to be fully optimized. I think it's pretty good, but I'm sure it's going to be potential to do faster. If I had a 7 or better, I'd be doing 25. Oh, no, hey, that's I'd be doing like 2,500 damage or more per Uzi punch. Massive overkill, but just to add some insult to injury. But yeah, I mean that. If I'd have had a better Crisis Arm number, wouldn't have had to have Luca attack too. I could have just had Robo solo it basically. But that was okay for what it was. Alright, so before we actually kind of turn in that quest and finish it off, we're actually going to quick pop over to Ozzie's Fort and finish this up too. And then the reason why we do it now is because with Ret Knight, the 100 tech points I got from Ret Knight and just a lot of other routing all throughout the run up until this point, I've now learned all 8 of Luca's techs, including Flare, which is kind of the final component I need in order to use Omega Flare, one of the 5 secret triple techs that you can use if you have a special stone equipped, in this case the blue stone. About to see just how good Omega Flare is with when you have Sunshades and Prism Specs part of the equation. Keep in mind this is a fairly low-level party relative to this point in the game. I mean, this fight is terrifying if you kind of quote-unquote do it fair and square, because the Ozzie trio all have pretty nasty counterattacks if you hit one of them and don't kill them. Even though we've done all of the fights here, for the game to mark this quest finish, we do have to watch this last cutscene with the Deus Ex Felina, as I call it, this random cat that poses of Ozzie. Alright, and then that now we're going to go turn in the Fiona's Woods quest. At the iconic campfire scene. Talking a lot about the Octopath games earlier, I really can't help but feel that the campfire scene in Octopath 2 was inspired by this. Yeah, I mean, that's part of why I enjoy Chrono Cross, but I don't think it's a great sequel to this game, and part of why is that several of the ties between Trigger and Cross are just are very, very mean to the characters from Chrono Trigger and their fans, and not really in ways that like not like in meaningful or satisfying ways. It's just, oh, Rue and Marley were killed off by evil people off screen. Sorry. Yeah, I'm waiting for Sea of Stars to get all of its DLC finished before playing it, but I'm just... We get the wife smashing machine here too, because I mean, what functional purpose could this conveyor belt machine really serve here other than causing horrific accidents? And we do say, I mean, if it isn't obvious, you are forced into doing this whole sequence when you the Fiona's Woods quest, and then we do save Luca's mom because it's the right thing to do, but also because it's faster too. When you enter the password, that ends the countdown for the machine, the wife smashing machine immediately, and then there's also less dialogue between Luca and Robo in this cutscene here. Save Luca's. Alright, and with that, we have done all of the side quests required for 100%. So the last quest that's part of the 100% category is the Black Omen, which I always found kind of an odd choice that this game's final dungeon is 100% optional. Yeah, the scream sound effect that you hear if you fail to save Luca's mom is traumatic. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean she does live in the original timeline, but she's paraplegic, I think is the term for someone that has no use of their legs. So now that we've entered the Black Omen, we're fighting Mega Mutant, which is going to be a pushover at this point because of Omega Flare, but I'm sure I'm far from the only person that came here immediately after getting the time machine. That's what it sure feels like the game is trying to guide you towards, and then just getting my face beat in by mutant. And just for the first leg of the Black Omen, we're actually going to have swap out Magus for Ayla, just both because she's faster at this point with her natural speed stat and the dash ring accessory I grabbed in Ozzie's for it, and then also because I'm going to want to steal some stuff with her charm ability. Starting with this, or that's the next fight after this. Yeah, it's pretty mean if you ask me. That they taunt you with this new dungeon that you're kind of, I feel like you're just led on to think you're supposed to go to, and then you go in and then you just get killed by a boss that always starts the fight by confusing you and then killing you. So, starting it off by stealing a gold earring from this fight here, which is accessory that raises your max HP by 50%. Be an important part of a strat I'm going to be. Pretty well-known way to max out your character's speed stats is to actually just steal speed tabs from these panel enemies, which is a decent number in the Black Omen. I'm only going to steals. Gold earring is very much not useful at very high levels. But the reason I want one is because it's going to guarantee me having a 9 for Robo's ones digit for the Crisis Arm. It's random when I enter this room whether the eye is open or closed in the middle, so I'm just re-rolling until I get it closed. And I'm sure there's a point where enough reloads it would have been faster to just take the fight and run, but statistically it's usually going to be faster to re-roll. This one's unavoidable, so I just get the fight and then... Yeah, there is just so much good stuff that you can charm. Not just bosses, but regular enemies and the like. And this is our first of 2 elevators. These look the same as the elevators in the Ocean Palace, but unlike that, these are actually random as far as how many fights I have. You can have 0 to 3 fights on each elevator. Obviously, the fewer encounters, the better. The route I'd use for like a PB attempt, I'd ideally want to get 1 encounter across the 2 elevators to get enough experience for Luca to hit level 40 before the final boss. Important level. Means that she can survive an attack she wouldn't otherwise in the final boss's second form. Kind of tight enemy skips in that left. I mean, the elevators are not manipulatable in the same way that fights are, because the randomness for stuff that's random that doesn't take place in battle is a bit more actually random. But I mean, I'm sure there's some way to manipulate it, even if it's really hard to do. This is another random shield. Hey, UA, thank you very much for the raid, sir. How'd the Crystallis rando tonight treat you? I bonked on the corner. The geometry in this room is pretty strange. Ideally, I kind of slide in line there in the conga line and get past without a fight, but I got kind of stuck on the corner. 3 swords in the first 10 items, wow. So is the rando kind of adjusted so that all swords work on all regular enemies? Because I know bosses require certain swords still, but are you always able to kill regular enemies? Oh, it's based on settings. Okay. Okay, but there's still weaknesses, got it. Here, I basically pace around a bit, because this turret here, if it sees me, I get into a fight, so I just paced around a bit just to make sure it wasn't looking straight up when I scroll it on camera. Okay, that makes sense then. Getting lots of swords quickly is very, very good then. We've picked up a lot of really good gear, by the way, here. Like Haste Helm, which gives permanent haste status, Nova Armor, which is good armor with status protection, make up for not having the Prism Helm equipped. Yeah, I noticed that as far as like the palette swaps for the breakable walls too, which I'm assuming is tied to what element they are. So even though Giga Mutant is the second of 3 total mutants, I think it's the hardest of the 3 by a fair bit, just because both parts of it attack and their attacks are nasty. Big part of why by just investing the extra time and getting more speed tabs pays off, is just being fast enough to outspeed some of these bosses when it counts. Oh, it sucks enemies into you. Wow. Yeah, I barely remember what a lot of the like level 3 abilities from the swords, other than the thunder one, actually do. I mean, I guess the Blizzard one I remember because you use it on Mato in the normal speedrun. Oh yeah, I missed my Mega Split. Our second elevator. And no fights, nice. We're talking about Crystallis randomizer, Crystallis, however you like to say it. Also, nice random graphical glitch there. Yeah, the level 3 fire one, I remember, just kind of creates a big fire in front of you, so that kind of feels the easiest to control. And all fights in this screen are unrunnable, but that I can avoid a fight with two of those two kind of nasty yellow gargoyles called goons if I avoid those bats there. Oh yes, I mean, I know that was one of the optimizations for the tower climb, was to mostly cut out use of the thunder spell. I also took off Magus's Gloom Helm, by the way, earlier, just to make Luca faster than him. So, because a lot of these fights, I just cast Flare and I win. But if I have characters that have the same speed value, it's effectively random who gets their turn first. And since I want it to be Luca, I'm just making Magus a little bit slower so that he's going to outspeed her, or she's going to outspeed him, I should say. So unlike Giga Mutant, Terra Mutant's kind of a wimp. More predictable in what it does, and what it does isn't really that dangerous. I also spelled Terra wrong, by the way, too. If they're using scientific prefixes, it should be Terra with... Nice thing about this route, too, with having the extra levels from the grind on Death Peak, too, is that I don't need to wait for the mutant to drain. Starting to use Omega Flares. The fact that it's healing itself doesn't matter. Then we get to fight another Lavos spawn like the ones on Death Peak, but this one's a completely different fight, and it's a lot more dangerous. Like, for starters, it has 10,000 health instead of 4,000, and its attack pattern is a lot less predictable. This is the primary fight where having that gold earring on Robo really pays off, because I'm about to do a bunch. Tell for a bit. I get good Wonder Shot rolls, which is, I mean, that's Luca's strongest weapon, but the damage range on it is very, very wild. I can potentially kill in 3 Ozzie punches. Well, maybe a 3 if it's power wonders. Okay, yep. Go to the rescue. Yeah, I was watching you the other day, and I forget when it was exactly, but I do remember seeing you struggling pretty hard with Fadeout too. You were trying to fight it with like the level, either the level 1 or level 2 sword spell. Fun fact, by the way, too, this fight you can actually run away from, but it's a fast kill and it's worth 4,000 experience. And I really want Luca to hit level 40 before deal sets me up for success on the final rush. Alright, so that's the last regular encounter in the game. Alright, so we're starting the fairly lengthy final boss rush. If you go through the Black Omen. Kind of a warm-up fight here with Queen Steel. This fight looks terrifying at first because she spams an attack called Hellation that reduces me to 1 HP. But she's scripted to use Hellation after I've done certain amounts of damage to her. She gets certain HP triggers. It just works out nicely that if I just spam Omega Flare, she's not gonna. All she's gonna do is use Hellation, drain some MP, then Hellation again, and then the fact that I only have 1 hit point isn't actually as scary as it is. Getting Magus's memory cursor set up on Mega Elixir. Healing item in the game for HP MP refill. Boss 1 quick. Started the Maimun machine does, at least at the start of the fight, doesn't attack directly. It basically absorbs energy from attacks that you use. And it will release that energy and hurt you depending on how much energy absorbed. But we're just going to use a Mega Flare and kill it before it actually releases. Yeah, I mean, Omega Flare isn't even the best triple tech at the game. Like Dark Eternal is actually a bit better, but Omega Flare is a lot faster than speedrun setting. The only really high level tech you need is Flare with Luca, since Luca's with you for most of the game, you can route it out to not really need tons and tons of grinding. It's Dark Eternal, you'd have to get Dark Matter with Magus, which would require quite a bit of grinding. Yo, F. Coughlin, thank you very much for the evil, potentially. Buddy, we're finishing up a chill no reset run of Chrono Trigger. It's 100% no minute. Oh, thank you. Accepted from both. And this last fight with Queen Zeal is why I moved Robo into the party leader slot, so I can use a really fun strategy. Because Queen Zeal has 3 targets, her head, 2 hands, and you do not want to attack the hands directly because they have counterattack. take away all of your MP or take you to 1 HP. But it conveniently works out that if Robo is in the middle slot here, I can use Dubla Bomb combo with Luca to only hit the head, and that removes just so much RNG from this fight, from the older strategies that were based on the Crisis Arm and the Wonder Shot to do high target, high damage, single target stuff. Enjoy the Magus music, by the way, too. It's a really fun Easter egg if you bring Magus to this fight, since it's fighting. Right, and then ordinarily on this turn, Zeal would use a really nasty water attack called Hexagon Mist, but she's scripted to cast Halation when she's half health. She has 20,000 HP, so 10,000 or less. Halation will just overwrite Hexagon Mist. Yeah, if you don't have Magus in your party, you have boss battle too. Right. I have a great sense of what kind of pace I'm on for time. This is definitely a pretty comfy sub 540. After Mud Imp, I was on pace for potentially sub 530, but Rubble's running away was not did not help. Just minor mistakes and stuff, and slowness and stuff here and there from, well, getting a little tired too, because it's now after midnight. It's done. Right, so now we've disposed of all evil in the world except for Lavos, the parasite that's consuming our world. And this is also secretly a Mega Man game. We have a boss rush we have to do before we get to fight the real Lavos shell. You don't have to refight every story boss in the game. Quite a few. Getting to have Crono actually contribute some more to the game. He's named. It works out kind of nicely that for the first few phases, it's a lot faster to use Falcon Hit than Omega Flare, and it conserves MP with the Omega Flare party. Omega Man 2, nice. Oh wow. Yeah, I mean, given that I don't think Wily Capsule has like can be damaged by the Buster until Mega Man 5. I think if you run out of bubbles on Alien, then you die. Alright, so then it also works out nicely too that for the Zombor phase, because it ends with MP Buster and steals all of the MP of the character that landed the killing hit. I mean, that also is where I'm kind of done. I switched to the Omega Flare party, having used Chrono Ayla for this couple fights. Gets me out of a bunch of extra menuing. Oh yeah, that's right, you can get infinite shots with... I know it's kind of a little like the Guts block duplication tech in Mega Man 1, but it's easier to do. Oh, that's another thing with Mega Man 2, actually, yeah, is that if you go into the menu on a weapon, that each pip of ammo counts as multiple shots, then it refreshes that pip. We want to see either fire or shadow here. Preferably shadow, because that's the really the main challenge for these refights is MP management. It's not. It's why the refights are pushovers as far as actually. When he was still technically with Star. It signifies that he's charging for Dark Matter, because Magus Phase 2, the only real spell he does is Dark Matter, but it has a very long cast time. So, I think it's translated a bit better in later remakes, but that's what it is. Yeah. Warning you that he's about to use his strongest spell. I don't know yet, Dynafire. This will be a good. This run will be a good submission video for Limit Break. Might do another run next weekend or something else, I'm not sure. 2 weeks from now, I'm pretty sure I will not be able to do this, at least. Being on call for work. Risk of being... Yeah, Mega Man 1, I think, is one of the harder games in the series casually, because there's no E-tanks. Iberia? Yeah, I mean, that's part of why I really don't think this game needs to be remade. I think it holds up fine. Just as long as it's easily accessible. I think it is with the Steam version. Yeah, I believe the invincibility on spikes in Mega Man 2 is not intended by the developers, but then they just kind of ran with it for the rest of the series. I thought Mario RPG was fine. I don't think it like really needed a remake to like any kind of fix anything that hasn't held up well about the original. I think the fact that it got its phase customer. Yeah, it's probably. I mean, I'm probably just the fact that I'm getting a little tired, honestly, because I have kind of an aggressive noise gate on my headset to cut out breathing sounds. But if I don't talk loud enough, then sometimes clip starts and ends of stuff. Hey, Geister Carl. Yeah, this will be a pretty solid time for no reset. No. It's kind of my feeling with this game. I mean, like, kind of like riding a bike in a lot of ways. I mean, I'm in no shape to compete with my actual PB, but finishing runs without big mistakes or whatever never really takes me too long to get back in shape for. That's to World Revolution. And that right there is why I really wanted Luca to be level 40, because that lets her survive Inner Lavos' opening lasers. First goal here is to kill the two arms. Lavos' left arm, or right on camera, actually has more health than the other one. Gonna do another attack to finish it off. Here I need to explicitly wait for Lavos to attack with this obstacle spell, because before that the body had very high defense, but when it actually does an attack after the arms are dead, then it lowers its defense. And I also wanted to try to squeeze in another Mega Elixir before getting my 4th Omega Flare off to move on to the final phase. So I'm kind of fully healed going in. And also, this is also why I'm sure nobody remembers, but I said a lot earlier in the run that I need at least 5 magic tabs on Luca before I finish the run, and that's mainly for the 3 fights with Lavos, because Lavos Shell, Inner Lavos, and Lavos Core have HP that's multiples of 10,000, so being able to do over 5,000 damage per Omega Flare swings the dynamics of these fights in my favor pretty significantly. All right, so for Lavos Core, the final boss, it's a bit of a troll in that it's the duck looking alien in the middle isn't kind of the true final boss. That's actually the bit on the right side of the screen. But and how this fight starts kind of affects what kind of footing I'm given, as far as whether it does a time warp, which locks it into a very predictable pattern. And I got the nice, got the best possible start. Or it can also do slaps or a magic attack called Crying Heavens, which hurts quite a bit. Oh, nice literal one shot there with Wonder Shot. So once you've killed either the center or left bit, then the right bit lowers its defense, which you only do chip damage. Yeah, I mean the center bit, the left bit is 2,000 health, and the center is 10,000. So it's they go down pretty fast, especially if you're both properly leveled for the end of the playthrough. Kind of left wondering, well, what's next? That last little orb that was getting lost on But the super attacks that Lavos Core uses are telegraphed by what time warp it does. But the one it would use for teleporting to Prehistoria is nasty, but we're not going to see it because healing the center bit again. GG. To go through a defense down and up. That's almost the exact same time I had last week too. It was like that was a 539 flat. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. A little bit curious what kind of how the second half of this actually went, because the first half of this run was actually pretty good for a no reset run, because like a 218 Magus is pretty solid. Anything under 220 I think is decent. Like my PB I know is a 214, and that's the only run that I've ever had a sub 215 on. Then 302 Mud Imp is not bad too. Like I know my PB is under 3 hours, but 302 I think is good. But yeah, then I had some pretty horrific luck on the Mountain of Woe with 2 Rebels running away. So do a quick comparison against my real PB. Oh yeah, I had a very nice start too. So yeah, I was about 3.5 behind at Magus. Yeah, I lost 3 minutes to my PB on the Mountain of Woe because of just 2 Rebels running away. I failed an encounter skip in the Blackbird and had to fight it. got a not great pattern from Yakra the 13th. And just all these just little time losses here and there, just still just rust with nuances of movement and stuff. Have a good night, old drunk guy. It's been scienced for any percent that single character names, as opposed to default names at least, saves about 45 seconds. So for glitchless 100%, I would guesstimate about 90 seconds, maybe a little more. Because glitched categories are skipping a couple cutscenes that would have that print character names in them too. Step was doing a lot more commentary in this run in the past too, so I imagine especially in the second half of the run that probably cost me just some time from just slower menus and movement and stuff. Yeah, I think this will make a pretty nice submission video, I'd say. And just a nice updated run to throw on my YouTube too for one that cares to watch. Yep, I mean, this game gets a lot of rightful praise heaped on it for the music, but I think the sound design is very, very good too. Like the sounds for hitting stuff in battle, especially like critical hits, I think are pretty satisfying. And then you've got the meows for the cats. The pretty unpleasant sound you get if you fail to save Luca's mom from the wife smashing machine. Yeah, the Ayla gets my vote for the best critical hit sound effect. It really sounds like she is just hitting something very, very hard. Oh yeah, I love the sound design in Mystic Quest and Lufia 1 as well. Especially just how just unique the battle sound effects in Lufia 1 are compared to pretty much any other turn-based RPG. Yeah, the sound for Robo getting a crit. Chrono's isn't too bad either, too. Loud slash. Yeah, oh yeah, Rocco, yeah, it's... I freely admit that quality of soundtrack is a non-zero factor to me in choosing games to speedrun, just because I know I'm going to be listening to the music a lot. That's also a non-trivial reason why I chose to run Mystic Quest without the shop glitch, too, so I could actually hear the volcano theme in my runs. I do really enjoy the dual-head Hydra fight in a non-hundo run, too. And if you get more cats, which you can do by winning cat food from playing games at the Millennial Fair, all of your cats show up here. I think if you get 16 cats, then your last cat is purple too, kind of like Alphador, Gala's cat. Something I want to look into for Limit Break too, especially if this gets into, would be to possibly fight not just final Maza and Mune form Specchio, but all Specchios, in which case we'd be getting to hear a lot more of this music. Yeah, I mean, this was a Ted Woolsey translation, which, I mean, the guy I mean, I think the guy gets a bit of unfair criticism, but I think he did very well with the very limited time and resources he had to work with for translating these games. Like I think I read for FF6, he only had like 2 or 3 months to go from scratch to having an English translation for an RPG like FF6. And that included playing the game himself too. You would have preferred having Tina and Mash and stuff. I mean, the name I really dislike that he changed most of all though is Marley from this game, because it works out really well in the Japanese version that her real princess name is Marudia, and when she introduces herself, she says Maru, which are the first two syllables of her real name, which makes a lot more sense. But whereas this in the English version, her real name is Nadia, and then she just makes up Marley as her pseudonym, which doesn't make as much sense. Yeah, oh yeah, I think Mash I think is kind of was an attempt to save Matt in Katakana. Yeah, rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. Did a lot of good things that brought a lot of joy to people's lives. Mine being no exception. Yep, yeah, because Edge's real name is Edward, actually. It's Edward Geraldine, and the first two syllables are Edge. Oh, really? Okay. There's a wrestler that's inspired by Sabin, then. This is my favorite version of the ending, by the way, too. But particular these little scenes here with your characters. Like how the music syncs up. There's a train bus and you can't suplex it. Yeah, Mirias. I mean, this ending always sends me on my way with a smile on my face. I also love how the end screen parallels the bad ending screen, but the future refused to change too. Kind of like how the endings, the end screen for FF6 parallels the title screen too, only you have the end written in water instead of Final Fantasy VI written in fire. Yeah, true, Zach. Kind of all the endings to kind of the big late SNES era RPGs have that kind of feeling to them. Like I would put Lufia 2 and like Terranigma in that boat too. Whereas kind of having a nice but very deeply bittersweet ending too. Oh, nice to hear Dynafire, yeah.